Okay, we're live. We're live. So I did just have something to. I just had a snack, and it's not sitting very well. So we'll see how that goes. All right. More Elite Dangerous. Let's hop into Discord. Where are we? There we go. Okay. Well, I hope everyone's having a good morning. I think. What's going on with that thing I just ate should settle down in a second. We will jump into the game. Whew. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Let's switch this over. Forgive me while I wake up properly. And sometimes this bit here takes a little while. Ooh. Okay. There we go. Connect to private group session.
Welcome back.
Okay. No, you be quiet. You don't need to go back out there. Don't. Maybe she does, actually. Hold on, let me let my dog out. I let her out earlier after I fed the dogs. Should normally go, you know. Oh, as per earlier, she got distracted by the neighbor dogs, which are out and about. And just like she's doing now. So I apologize for the barking in the background. You'll just have to put up with that for a couple of minutes while I make sure the dog actually has a chance to
All systems.
do her business. Alright. What did I get up to in this last night? 46%. This is an aid station. Titanium composites, steel. Let's run a little bit for this. Or maybe we'll just go back to running for Ed. I don't know. Let's see what we got. What is happening in the vast reaches of the universe? Well, the galaxy, actually. We don't have other galaxies in this. It's just the Milky Way galaxy. It's not the whole universe.
Gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
But it is... I mean, just having the entire Milky Way galaxy is an achievement.
Frameshift drive charging.
Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
All jumps back. It's getting a little far away from the colonization ship. But not excessively far, but it's just starting to chew up a little bit more and more time. They might need at some point another community goal for more colonization ships. Perhaps. Alright.
Frameshift drive charging.
There we go. Yeah, that's probably true. And morning / evening.
Key systems are at optimum levels. Ready.
How was your day go? Alright. We are getting back.
Frameshift drive charging.
I suppose I should check the is usually go not enough sleep, struggle with code, eat and chill. Fair enough.
For next system. Scanning for anomalies. None
Boom,
detected.
boom, boom. Trailblazer's dream. There we go. Alright. I visited this thing so much I should have a I should have like some sort of expedited docking by now. Shouldn't even need to request docking, I just show up and they're like, oh, it's you again. Here you go. Oh damn, she's got a bloody penetrating bark. Alright. What do you want now, dog? You've been fed, you've been let out. You just want a pat. You can come here for a pat if you want. Come on. Oh, not that. Hey, Robbie, how's it going? Hope you've had a good day. There is that, right? Like maybe after you visited so often, they'll just start giving you pads on the same side of the ship you show up from. Alright, while I'm auto-docking, I'm going to see what my dog is trying to get my attention about. What is it? Come here.
Okay, executing now.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what else would you want?
Landing gear deployed.
That's all that side. Cold. Drunk. Okay. I think she just wanted intentions for a moment.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Right. Starport services. Here we go. Before I do that, I'm guessing that Ed has not finished all the stuff on his, like any of the I'm guessing we still have a fair bit of stuff to go. Okay. So you haven't finished any of the categories. That's okie doke. I don't have to worry about what I'm grabbing then. It's either cerium, composite, steel, or titanium. What have we got? Or aluminium, wasn't it? There was also aluminium. That's right.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Unless I upped it. Right, where are we going? Where are we going? Biggest ship. It's Bigport. I'm very awake right at the moment. Yes.
Landing gear retracted.
Very onto it.
Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging.
We shall deliver steel. And maybe, just maybe, the needle will budge.
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by.
Went to bed way too late last night and woke up late today. I've done that before, yes. It has happened. Me and my partner... no. I have not.
Frameshift drive charging.
No, I went to sort lunch and then I got...
4, 3,
I got a phone call from my dad going like, "I'm playing Elite, where are you?" Which actually, I think I got that during stream. So when it's sort of lunch, I logged over to my other account. I went to play with Dad for a bit. I convinced him to claim systems, so he claimed that within a tier 2 starport. And we haven't started building that yet. And then he had to go because he had stuff to do. And I went back to this game for a bit, but I was delivering to my station for my outpost. And then my partner was like, "Alright, you have to spend some time with me today." And I'm like, "Fair, that's fair." So we watched some movies. She wanted to watch Grown Ups 2, which was actually on the TV, but then we missed the start of it because we were sorting dinner.
Exit point telemetry. Stand by.
And she was getting all upset, and I'm like, it's right here on Netflix though. Like, just cast it to the TV, it's not a problem. She's like, "Oh yeah, that's right." And then after that, I got to pick the movie, and so I picked the new Crow one.
Frameshift drive charging. Well,
I'll get to the system in a sec. We'll see what the percentage says. What percentage did we leave it at? It was somewhere up around 35, 36, wasn't it? Something like that. It was at 35 and just a little bit before we left, but then I think it's at 30.
Confirming exit point.
But we handed in like a load each, so maybe it got up to 36. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway. Right, Robbie, if you're still around, how's your trip to Colonia going? Did you get further? That is very fair. Huh. Maybe there is some passing by Good Samaritan.
Showing you the closest.
Oh look, I got interdicted by a pirate. An elite mamba. Ah.
under attack.
Come here, Mamba. We're a little slow to get into the fight at the start. Due to the turning speed on this thing, but and the speed of a Mamba. We're chasing our own trails. This chaff.
Warning, temperature critical.
Oh, cool. This biology is super profitable and quite a bit of fun too, actually.
Heat sink deployed.
All right, I'm here, Mamba. Where are you? Here you are. Ooh, fairly far away. That's good. We like that.
Under attack.
I don't know why missiles wouldn't keep firing there, but okay, that's fine. faster turn, faster turn. Come on. Hard to keep up with this thing. Oh, come on. Come back down here.
Target shields offline. Warning. Temperature critical. Warning. Taking heat damage. Under attack. Heat sink deployed. Heat sink deployed.
Alright, let's say goodbye to the Mamba. Goodbye, Mamba. There we go. That's what happens when you try and steal from me.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright.
4, 3,
That was a fun little
1. Engage.
distraction on the way. I genuinely would prefer an Anaconda. It's just easier to keep in missile lock. Are we going too fast for this? Maybe, maybe, maybe. No. There we go. Alright. Boom, boom.
Docking request granted.
We shall accept team invite. Boom, 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 boom. I bring you steel. And maybe a little bit of aluminium.
Use.
Landing gear deployed.
In exchange, once built, I will use your station to sell all of my bio-waste.
I will be sure to stock it in plentiful quantities.
Excellent. In case anyone's wondering, that's a little bit of a joke about the current state of economy in system colonization, where a lot of systems just end up, a lot of stations just end up selling bio waste because they're not picking up economy of the system properly. Yeah, 38%. Nice.
Should move to 39 once you deliver.
Even nicer.
Yeah, it was like 0.08% from 39%.
Yeah. Let me just check. Galaxy map.
Hey,
I
be
shall.
careful where you're going.
That's right. Yeah, fine. Alright. Looks fine. Nobody's closing in on my desired system. Back to the ship.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Yep. So I got Dad into the system colonization game. I found him average G-type system, I guess.
What is that supposed to mean?
It's about 19 bodies and not a huge number of landable planets, but enough probably.
Okay.
One asteroid belt
Nice.
and one planet with an icy ring. So. And I was like, you can just build an outpost. And he's like, he was taking after you a little bit there. And he was like, no, I want something slightly bigger. And I'm like, just do not pick a tier 3. This is time to help 2 people with tier 3 stations. And he was like, yeah, it's fine. So he picked the tier 2. Coriolis or whatever it is.
Good.
Yeah.
Warning, temperature critical.
I'm glad to hear that I am not the only megalomaniac out there.
Warning.
I think it just wants to be able to dock his Type 9 at it after it's built. That's all.
I mean, understandable.
Frameshift drive charging.
I would have been building Coriolis station as well if it didn't take so damn long to build them.
4,
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Exit destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So yeah, so that should keep him occupied for a bit, and I'll help him out a bit as well.
Sure, if you shoot me the system, I am happy to deliver it, so I will deliver some as well. Once this is done, of course.
I'd have to go back and look it up.
It's fine.
It's bookmarked on my other account.
Yeah, I don't think you want to reveal your dad's account unless he doesn't mind. So yeah, I'm okay with you sending it to me in private.
Yeah.
Warning, temperature critical.
Okay. Jump.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright. More steel. Man, we still need so much steel. It's a harsh reality of building ginormous things, I think.
Oh, yeah. But it's slowly going down, so that's good.
Yeah. I mean, we've been, mostly you, but we've been at it like, what, a week now? And close to 40%, so. Seems like with a reasonable amount of effort, about a 3-week job, 2.5-week job.
3 weeks sounds doable, yeah.
Yeah.
If I were to do it solo, I mean, of course, but yeah.
Man, if I were to
You
do
are
it,
certainly speeding it up.
if I were to do it solo, I think it would take me the whole 4 weeks if I'm lucky. It's definitely not something I'm looking to do for a primary report. I'll drip feed it.
Understandable. Like, it would depend how much time you would want to dedicate to this. Like, I've spent few days of just holding for, oh, I don't know, about 6 hours.
Docking request granted.
Yeah.
But that's where I deliver the majority of the materials.
Alright.
Yeah, sounds about right that I spent about 20 hours delivering material to this ship. To this colonization network.
Yeah, and I spent a better part of 5 hours yesterday. And maybe a couple of hours like Tuesday and Wednesday night, but I was being distracted by other stuff and quite slow moving those nights. So I probably spent maybe, I don't know, I guess 7 hours of productive time on it.
No worries.
So that means, so no, I'm just, you know, doing that back of the head mass calculations I like to do. So 27 hours roughly, we were saying what, 10 hours of work for an outpost. What do we think was... Basically, we would have built a whole tier 2 by now, right? Probably fairly easily.
Most likely, if not 2 of them, yeah.
Yeah.
We would have built about 4 outposts. Well, 3 and something, maybe.
That is true.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
You could have claimed an entire region of space.
Shoulda, you know.
Don't get me wrong, I get it. It's a cool planet. And it was like the primary port location, so.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released.
Yep, exactly.
Give people a better view. Give people a better view of it this time when we come in, I guess.
That is assuming anyone will be visiting, but yes. It may very well happen that once this is built, no one will ever visit this system.
Drive charging.
Almost ever again. The serious space is going to end up pretty built up, I think, in time. And if you're getting a head start on that and you develop the system up, has decent population, decent stuff, yeah, it'll get visited.
Exit destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4,
4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Overwrote Captain Kirk. Haha. Okay. Where are we going? This way. Around the sun. Dan was complaining about that last night. I was like, come to this stage system and then you can claim this other system. It looks like reasonable for a starting system. And he was like, why is it every time I jump in, I've always got to fly around the sun? And I was like, because you're going in a line, you're going from one direction to another direction.
Yeah, the nice part about that is that the stations do actually rotate around the stars and planets.
Yeah.
So it may take a while, but the station will eventually be on the other side from where you're coming from.
He meant on the jump, like, so he had, like, because he doesn't got engineering on his friendship tribe,
Are at optimum level.
so he was having to jump a number of times to get to where I was. And so every time he jumped into a system, he's like, the next destination system is always on the other side of the sun. I'm like, well, yeah, you're kind of traveling in a straight line, old man. Like, it's how that works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
You're coming from one direction and heading in another direction and dropping out of the sun. Of course you have to fly around the sun.
Yep.
4,
Navigation for next
2,
system.
1.
Checking systems now. Complete. Key systems are at optimal levels. Readying for exit now.
He also made some weird correlations in his head. Where he was...
Meaning?
So, he keeps overshooting systems because he hasn't quite got the speed thing down right. So I tried to explain to him, I mean, don't get me wrong, I overshoot systems all the time as well, but it's just because I get distracted.
Frameshift drive charging.
But he will like, he'll approach too fast and then try and slow down a little too late. And then when he overshoots the system, because he's close to a thing, it'll
3, 2,
because I mean it's close to a station and it's an orbit around the planet, he'll get a gravity well warning. So he thought the gravity wells were making him overshoot. But I could just hear him go, damn gravity well again.
Low fuel.
He's getting better though. We did a little bit of bounty hunting the other night and he was much better at staying on target and tracking stuff. So that was cool.
Nice.
Alright, system colonization ship, here we go. More Hendons. Let's show off the planet a bit so people can see why you built a tier 3 here. Hey, look at this thing. This is very cool.
It is a thing of beauty indeed. I like how this planet is basically one giant lava crust, yet it still has polar poles.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Like, so slightly different colored section.
Yeah.
Alright.
Warning.
Little tap. Tap tap.
Operating beyond safety limits.
Just to help us get out of the gravity of the planet. There we go. Okay. We're good to go.
Ow.
Under attack.
And now I'm stuck.
Why was I getting shot at?
Docking request granted.
You were getting shot at.
Yeah. Oh, under attack.
I
Auto
thought-
dock offline.
What?
Oh, there
What's
we go.
happening?
I don't know. It looked like it came from the station. Well,
Alright.
from the ship.
Landing
But
gear deployed.
that could have been a visual glitch or illusion. I don't know. Something definitely shot me though.
Okay.
Maybe
That was on me.
maybe the station was giving you a warning shot to get out of the way, and it just traveled past you and hit me.
AP.
It's just a colonization ship reporting back to Brewer HQ, like, so we accidentally blew up the system architect. What do we do now? Ooh, almost there on titanium.
Contract cancelled. You are all fired.
Yeah. Yeah. As I was saying, last night we ended up watching the latest Crow movie that came out last year, but I
Okay.
never heard about. I didn't have high expectations because I never saw it advertised for the movies or anything. But it was, I mean, it was okay.
Okay.
It wasn't the. It was a bit. It felt like it got a bit butchered on maybe on the editing, like some of the scenes were very abruptly, like just jumping stuff, and then there were like weird storylines that I didn't quite understand properly. Like something to do with the girlfriend's mother was kind of not very well explained. So, I don't know. There was some very creative fight scenes where they were using his invulnerability. Like, well, not invulnerability, the Crow can be injured, but he just heals right away. So, like, he was, like, stabbed through the chest with a katana from the back. And then so it was poking out of his chest this like katana blade, and he was like still fighting people and falling on them and impaling them while the blade was still in his chest and stuff. So that was kind of interesting. Quite enjoyed that part. Quite creative.
Well, as long as it was entertaining. That's good.
Had the girlfriend going a couple of times, so that's always a good sign.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
So definitely got quite gory. Right. Galaxy map.
Opening cartography.
Open galaxy map.
Displaying star map.
Maybe I should just start using the voice commands a bit more. Would probably keep it from overwriting what I'm doing. System jump. Jump. System jump. Oh, well, I'll do it myself.
Frameshift drive charging.
And then watch it screw you over when you don't need it.
It is entertaining when that happens, though. Just doing something, talking to you or talking to someone in chat, and this thing is like you've been launched into space.
Yep, exactly. Not saying anything even remotely that would suggest that you want that actually happening. And yeah, it's
Yeah.
there you go.
All right, off we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
Navigation for next system.
What?
Frameshift now engaged.
No matter how many times I jump, I still like the
Exit
wormhole
destination
thing.
Confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2.
You mean the effect of entering the
Yeah.
hyperspace?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like the whole hyperspace window would like the color of the star you picked at the end, and it's also like impacting the color of the hyperspace window. It's just like little details that you know.
Frameshift drive charging.
They didn't have to do that in the game. They could have just had the hyperspace window look exactly the same every time, and the star and the plot and the dot at the end just be a white dot. But
4, 3, 2, 1.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected.
all right.
Frameshift drive charging. Three, two, one. Engage.
Okay. Trailblazer Dream. Look at all this pirate activity. Maybe slightly fast. Guess we'll find out in a sec. Yeah, not looking good. Alright. Loop of Glory. Bum, 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 bum. Up we go. Trailblazer dream. More steel. We need more steel.
Always.
It's kind of impressive that you're almost done on titanium, though. You still hold so much
Well,
titanium.
I mean, I've been holding a lot of it, so I would imagine it's going to be low. Now, granted, I picked the low-hanging fruits. I basically went only for the lowest material required, so maybe that's why there is a lot of progress for it, but still.
Yeah. I've just been grabbing steel because it's the highest one required. So when you finally get through all the other ones and you look at the steel, it won't look so demanding.
Fair.
Plus, you often can't get a full load of steel anyway. So, from here anyway.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering that whether by the time I start focusing on aluminium specifically, whether these stocks are going to be in the gutter by the time as well. I mean, it would be a hard sell because there is like 700,000 at the moment, but you know.
Yeah, there was a lot of steel originally too, though.
There was a lot of titanium as well, and it's rare for me to get a full load of titanium in one go. I usually have to supplement it by aluminium.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Yep. Oh, it was like 2,000 tons of steel this time. 2,000 units or whatever it is.
It's tons, yes.
Yeah. It does raise an interesting question, though.
That being?
Well, apparently, according to this game, I can fit 696 tons of cargo in my ship. Alright?
Okay.
Which suggests that a ton of steel and a ton of something much lighter take up the same amount of space.
Okay. I mean, if you were comparing like feathers and steel, then fine, maybe.
Oh.
You are comparing fairly hard materials against a hard material, so... Did I crash into you?
No, you shot right overhead just as I was releasing, so it was close.
Good. I think I heard you undock. I was like, maybe I will hit you. Hopefully not.
Frameshift drive charging.
You're too fast, I can't quite catch you.
Smell my fumes.
Kind of makes sense when we're running the same type of ships with the same type of engineering.
Yeah, I'm just slightly lighter because I don't have weapons and a shield. And a docking computer.
So right now you're probably technically slightly heavier because you have more cargo on board.
Technically.
Maybe. Wonder what weighs more, a shield generator or a full cargo load of what would, for the cargo bay that would be in the shield generator slot.
Drive charging.
Good question.
Key systems are at optimal levels. Ready
I think
for
you must still be lighter because you have a greater jump range fully laden. Though maybe you've got the experimental effect on your frameshift drive, I'm not sure.
I think I do, but I don't think that matters much.
Frameshift drive.
I don't think it adds that much jump range.
Makes sense. Give you a little bit of an advantage, but not quite. We're about 8 light years more, I think.
And I actually do not have the experimental effect.
Oh, okay. So you are still lighter, I guess.
I guess so. Since there is no indication of what my ship currently weighs, I cannot tell you, but I guess so.
They did the station and were like, right, get some kitchen scales. Put them under that leg, that leg. What do you mean, error? Weight limit exceeded.
Frameshift drive charging.
Like, wait, don't weigh the ship until I get off it. I'll make it slightly lighter.
I mean, maybe.
It's like when I weigh myself if I'm trying to lose weight and I'm like, I just take the car keys out of my pocket, don't need to count those.
Yeah, don't need the shirt, don't need the trousers. Don't even need my wallet, that is weighting me down by several pounds. If only, but you know.
Yeah, it's that big wad of $100 bills, right?
Yep.
Are there $100 bills in Slovakia?
Well, yes, there is euro, but other than that, yes.
Other than that, yeah, I figured. Yeah, I figured euros would probably go out to $100 note.
I'd actually, yeah, we actually go up to 500, I believe.
Huh.
Don't quote me on that, but I believe so.
I'm pretty sure here in New Zealand we only go up to 50. Is there a $100 note? ATMs never give me $100 notes, so I don't think so.
Yeah, I just checked the 500 euro dollar banknote is the highest one it goes up to.
Well, you want a big wad of those, and you want it then?
Yes.
Or maybe not, actually. You know, if people figure out you're carrying that, you might get jumped somewhere.
I mean, if you are carrying that much cash in your pocket, you're probably not going by public transport.
Well, that is true.
Docking request granted.
Reminds me of a story I heard, and I'm not sure if it's true or not. But it basically goes that a guy showed up to a bank and asked for a bank loan, and
Gear deployed.
and the bank was like, and he said he needed it quickly, right? And the bank was like, well, we need to do some checks and stuff. He's like, look, I've got my ID, I've got like this Porsche outside. You can use that as collateral and keep it here. I'm going overseas. And like,
Is this the parking joke?
yeah.
Engaged.
Like, yeah, go finish it, but...
You've heard it before? Yeah. And so they do that, and then he comes back like a week later, picks up the car, pays the loan off in cash, and they were like, "We looked you up while you were gone, and you were like super rich. Why did you need a loan from the bank?" And he's like, "Well, the amount I got from you guys, like the interest on it over a week was this much, and like, do you know how hard it is to find a week's secure parking for my Porsche for that amount of money?"
Yep.
The ironic thing is that it could even be based on a true story. It's just weird enough that it's probably not, but it's also just got enough kind of like... Yeah,
that is true.
There are some other fun stories I've heard. There's a zoo story from the UK that I don't think is real, but it's a fun story nonetheless. Which basically goes that there was a zoo somewhere in the UK, I think it was Bristol or something like that, and they had a guy that did the parking outside the zoo, so he collected parking tickets and directed people where to park, alright? And he like worked there every day for like 20 years, you know, never had a day sick, never had a day off. And then one day he just didn't show up, and the zoo rang the local council to be like, "Are you sending another person to run the parking? Your parking person hasn't showed up." And the local council was like, "What are you talking about? We don't run the parking at your zoo." And so they got very confused, like pointing the finger at each other. I looked into it, and apparently this dude showed up 20 years ago, installed his own parking system outside the zoo, and was collecting parking money for 20 years before he retired somewhere, probably in like on the Mediterranean coast.
Okay.
Like, I don't think the story is real. Like, I think it's one of those urban legend type ones. And then they were like, you know, like they were trying to like figure out who the guy was. And, like, everyone just was like, "Well, it's just Mike. Don't know his last name." So yeah.
Yeah.
There are other fun stories I've heard that I know are true though. So there's one where I think it was a company in like somewhere in South America was holding a was having like a celebration of like employees that have worked there a long time. There was one employee that had worked there like 15 years or something like that, and so the CEO was going around asking people for stories about this employee so he could like tell this like celebration, and no one knew who the employee was, and so the CEO started to dig a bit deeper, and it turned out this guy showed up, got employed 15 years ago, showed up to work for a week, kept asking his manager for stuff to do, and the manager kept putting him off, so he stopped showing up, and they was just on their payroll for 15 years getting paid.
But I mean, dream job, I guess.
Yeah. And the CEO, I'm pretty sure the CEO actually tried to report this to the police, and the police were like, "You hired him, and it was your company's responsibility to give him stuff to do. If you didn't give him anything to do, I don't think he's committed a crime. You never actually assigned this guy any work."
Yep. I mean, he had a record of asking, so there you go.
Yeah. They probably had his contact details, so whoever was his manager could have rung him up and said, "We have work for you."
Yep, exactly.
Frameshift drive charging.
And not do so for 15 years. Well, that's interesting.
Oh. Yeah, so that was a newspaper article story. I'm pretty sure that one was legit. There was another story I saw in a newspaper about newspaper article like about a husband and wife. I can't remember where they were. They were somewhere over in Europe somewhere. So over your part of the world somewhere, and you know, your part of the world, all of Europe. Yep. It's like, I'm not sure I want to claim all of Europe. But like, they were very unhappy in their marriage. They both decided to go on a dating site and create a false identity.
Frameshift drive charging.
Where they ended up, each false identity ended up matching with each other. And they were chatting to each other and stuff. And they were very keen on each other's false identities. They were like text messages being exchanged, you know, or messages being exchanged going like, oh, you understand me so much better than my wife / you know, husband type of thing. You know, I feel a deep connection with you, yada yada. And then they decided to meet up in person. And they both got absolutely flabbergasted when they realised they'd matched with each other, and now they're getting divorced. And well, they were getting divorced at the end of the newspaper article anyway, pointing the finger at each other for cheating.
Yeah.
There's just so many layers.
That's life for you.
So many layers to that story, because obviously they actually really do get along, but like the marriage just spoiled them, like soured them, I guess, on each other.
Frameshift drive charging.
That's life for you.
But when they were talking,
You can't think up these scenarios. That's just how life goes.
that is true.
4,
Vector.
3, 2, 1.
And then I remember a very short one that I saw on the Darwin Awards, which was from Egypt, which was just a newspaper clipping that says, 10 villagers drowned trying to save chicken and well. And then at the end of the article, it just goes, chicken lives. Which kind of sounds like the chicken was it sounded like chicken set them up, to be honest. Alright, where are we going? Trailblazer a dream. Let's not overshoot it this time. For more steel. This is going to get to the point where this is haunting my dreams. I have dreams of like how I'm running steel around.
I mean, understandable. If you want to switch to something else, feel free to do so.
It's alright. When I was much younger, when I just left school and was going to go study, I did had a summer job doing berry picking at a berry picking place. And for a couple of weeks after I stopped that, berry bushes would just randomly show up in my dreams.
Yes, of course.
I have a dream where I'm like hiking across the top of a mountain and I turn around and the whole mountain's just covered in berry bushes.
Docking request granted.
I'm not sure if I should classify that as a nightmare or a dream come true. Well, almost come true, but you know what I mean.
At the time, it was close to a nightmare. I didn't particularly enjoy the berry picking job. I mean, it wasn't terrible. It was kind of just so repetitive. It was good to go into study with a little bit of money though, so.
Yeah, sure.
Bit coffee today. Alright. Bum, 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 bum.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Commodities market. Steel, we need it. 927. Very volatile, the supply here.
Cargo hold
Yep.
at maximum capacity.
Can I see this as a favorite or something? Like, yeah, oh well. Work that out later.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines
Whee!
engaged.
Oh! No one saw or heard that. That didn't happen.
Proceeds to clip it.
I took off very smoothly. There was no big clang. Didn't hit anything. Graceful.
Yeah, the clip is already rendering. Don't worry about it.
Alright.
Engaging exit protocols.
Engaging exit protocols.
Frameshift drive charging.
Exit destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, Captain Kirk is pretty good at counting that exit down. So.
Yeah, I always wonder how they do that, but yeah.
Usually they just figure out what the average jump time is supposed to be.
That's just it. There is no average jump time. It's like they do have to have that information from somewhere, because you know the jump times are not always equal. It very much depends on network and on how complicated that system is to build.
Yeah, it must be picking up.
Constructing memory.
Scanning for anomalies.
It must be picking up some data from the game, because it does, like, if I look at the actual feed on voice attack, I'll send you, yeah, I'll send you a screenshot and show you what I'm talking about. But it does give me some information, like I put this. I'll put this to you in Discord.
Sure.
So yeah, it tells you information about the jumps, like what, so it knows what my destination is, and it must know. If not reading my fuel, then it must at least be able to. Well, I guess it's just reading my fuel gauge probably, because otherwise it would have to be able to calculate the jump on my ship and how far the destination is and stuff. And so on and so forth. So
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously getting the data from the game somewhere. I'm just wondering where, because it's not the journal files, because I tried looking at that and there doesn't seem to be like an event when the system is generated in memory and the throttle starts. Just okay, I get the fuel remaining that and the jumps remaining. That's like easy to check from the logs, because that is actually in the journal files.
No anomaly.
yeah. I don't know.
Engaging.
I know that jumps take different lengths of time, but I often thought that that was not necessarily intended, and that it was possible just due to like my being so far away from the servers and game lag and server load and whatnot, and loading stuff up. So I thought maybe there was a thing where it's like if in ideal conditions the jump window would take this long.
Maybe, but for like a random guess, it's too accurate. But like it counts down almost exactly to the very second, not just a hundredth of a second, when you're going to drop out.
Do you think it's determining when you think it's detecting when the new system is loaded? The system you're going to is loaded into your game memory.
That would be against DOS, and I don't think voice attack would risk getting banned by Elite.
Okay.
Inspecting the memory of the game is against terms of service.
I just thought maybe there was like some sort of notification or something, but I guess not, because you said you looked for it. So, that is interesting, isn't it? Then, how do they do it?
I mean, okay, disclaimer, I didn't look into it like overly exactly, like, you know, like to the minute detail, but I didn't see a notification that would correlate to the exact time when the system is loaded and the throttle starts.
I mean,
it may still be there. That should be the clarification. The disclaimer, rather.
yeah, okay, makes sense.
Docking request granted.
I wonder if you can actually find the command in. So I mean, like, these tools allow you to distinct biology.
Landing gear deployed.
Okay, so there's a section in here about routes and system jump.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Maybe it's an Easter contact chit chat for a ride.
I mean, don't worry about it too much. It's just like
Yeah, I know. I'm
food for
just.
thought for me to figure it out how they do that.
I'm just curious myself, to be honest. I like understanding how things work sometimes. I don't know. I'll look into it later. There's a whole bunch of. There's like so many different things in here. They put a lot of effort into this.
Yeah.
Alright. Construction services. Here we go. Transfer all. Confirm item transfer. What do you think got delivered while you were offline? The 1500 things. Does it tell you?
It was aluminium and steel, I think.
Okay, I was gonna say because I feel like steel is lower than what I'm expecting, slightly by a little bit. But I haven't exactly been keeping a close watch on it.
I mean, it's currently 3,000 units lower from where my tool is tracking it, but you have been delivering loads, so
Yes.
that is easily explainable.
Yeah, I felt like it was somewhere about 5, 6 or something at the end of yesterday, and I've delivered what, like 4, 5 loads today so far, and it's like 5-1, and I was like, that's. But my memory of yesterday could be confusing stuff, so.
But
I'll be remembering a count I saw earlier in the stream, but might have been
Very much
lower
so.
by the end of it.
yeah, especially since we've been doing this for quite a while, and yeah.
That is true. Alright. I don't think there's anyone much watching at the moment, so I'll run a quick 3-minute ad break while flying back to the colonization megaship. Nobody's going to miss anything exciting, so I'm unlikely to get interdicted by pirates until the way back. There we go.
Warning, temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
Leaving
3, 2, 1, engage. Frameshift drive charging.
Leaving site.
3, 2, 1, engage.
Okay. We heading back to pick up more steel. I should get a frequent customer discount from this ship by now, right?
Or a bonus from my ship.
I'm pretty
Like
sure
we've
there's.
delivered so many thousands of tons of cargo that you know they could be paying us more at this point.
Frameshift drive charging.
Granted, that's not usually how that works, but you know.
There's definitely something that tells you how many, like, who were the big contributors, I think,
Next system.
once the ship is built. Maybe it's a view somewhere inside the ship or something like that. Because I've seen other commanders posting it with like a thank you to, you know, the people that helped them out.
I would have to look into that. I don't know if it's something like that in game. And if it is, I didn't see it yet, or rather didn't look for it yet.
Yeah.
Since, you know, I know who is helping me.
Oh no, but it might tell you who delivered that 1,500 pigs of steel.
Yeah, but as far as I know, as you just said, it's only known after the station is built.
Well, I'm assuming so, unless it's a third party thing that just looks like something that's in the station when it generates the image. Probably find out more information about it.
Orbital flight engaged.
Alright. Trailblazer Dream. Taking a while to disengage from this jump. There we go.
Docking request granted.
Okay.
Landing gear deployed.
Okay, let's see if we can find this. Right, Elite Dangerous. Commander contribution. Let's just put contribution List station build.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
So it's saying, I think after the station is complete, you can open the station information where you find contacts and commodities and click on the information panels on the bottom and it should tell you a list of those that helped. Okay.
So only after completed, okay.
Yeah. I mean, we can test it, right? Like, we'll just go galaxy map.
Welcome to stellar cartography.
Oh, damn it, Kirk.
Now it picked it up.
I know,
Okay.
right? Like, but I say it very slowly and deliberately, try to get it to like pick it up. It's like, nope. Right. So if we go, I mean, is this one over here my one?
The yellow systems are yours.
Oh yeah, too far away. Let's go to, well, I mean, I can find it right here, can't I? Star systems. Focus location. No, not plot route, sorry. System map.
System cartography.
Yeah, you won't see it on the system map, you have to actually open the station detail when you are docked at it.
Oh.
At least that's what you read.
Yes, I think so. Maybe. Where you find contacts and commodities. Okay, yep.
Yeah.
I sort of skipped over that part of my head. Alright, that's fine. I mean, I would claim no caffeine, but it's not actually true. I've got a bottle of Coke right here.
Sure.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Okay.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Okay, off we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Moving system. Jumping through.
Frameshift drive charging.
Navigation for next system.
2, 1. Engage. Frameshift drive charging.
Alright, I should probably talk more. Okay. Jumping. What? Steel and aluminium on the way. HIP 84515. So what's the next goal once you've finished building this and maybe, you know,
No idea.
recovered from?
Yeah. The next goal is to recover from this.
Fair enough.
4, 3, 2, 1.
But after that, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about postponing the system building after the economies are resolved, so that, you know, I don't screw up my systems beyond repair.
Yeah, there is that, right.
You know, if they change the rules, so. Unless they plan on giving us like edit, like, you know, move this station there, then yeah, okay, fine. Then that could be a thing, but somehow I think they are not going to do that.
Yeah, I suspect not once the station is built, no. Like, they definitely need to give an undo button though, like, you know,
Yes.
for when you're in the middle of building your system up and you just drop something, either you put it in the wrong place or the system puts it in the wrong place.
Isn't the issue of the station being put in the wrong place only after building it?
No. No,
Okay.
I don't think so. No, I think the construction platform thing appears in the wrong place immediately.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
From what I watched the videos that people posted, I understood it that the station after completion gets plopped down in the wrong place, but I may have misunderstood it.
There may well be two different bugs.
Very well, maybe, yes.
Because I remember there was a video Commander Meekin showed it where he was trying to put it in the... He started the construction and then he went to look for the construction thing and it wasn't there. And it was somewhere else, like, right away. So...
Okay, I don't know.
It could also be that they tried to fix the problem and just made a different sort of related bug appear, maybe, or
Maybe.
who knows.
Landing gear deployed.
I can definitely see the whole wait for things to settle down a bit before doing a great deal of system building.
I know, right?
Docking successful.
Like, there is no rush, the feature is going to be here for quite a while.
That is true.
I might just go on a hunt for a decent enough system around here or along the path of that I've built and see if there are any more interesting systems that I could grab.
There's definitely a fair number of systems around here that are reasonable, I think. Well, I bring up the galaxy map. So, like, what was this? Oh, no, it's one of mine ones. This one over here, I think, was a bookmark for some reason. Let's have a look. Nobody around it. I mean, it's not terrible. Couple of planets of rings, fair number of ground-based spots. Nothing insanely far away from anywhere. Actually, it's all very quite close. Look like there's a bunch I bookmarked up over here as well.
You went scouting.
I did a bit of scouting, yep.
Feel free to send me the systems that you want, so that I don't accidentally colonize the ones you want.
I'm I'm working on my 5th system. I'll get the station for that one done before your tier 3 one is done, and then I'll claim my 6th system, and that's probably going to be like it for a while. This one's not bad as well. I mean, so it was that one. There were other ones. What was this one up over here? Someone's building close to here. Oh no, someone's already building on that one. Well, this one up over here. Come on. Surely I've been to this one. Maybe I haven't been to this one. Why would I have a bookmark then? It's weird. I had so many bookmarks.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I was just taking a moment. So yeah, it was not bad either.
Oh, that one looks interesting.
So yeah, there's, like I said, there's a lot of, that one's, I think, was right by some other system that's already been claimed, and no one's grabbed it. So like, there's a lot of systems around here that are pretty high in the bodies. Lots of ring systems and stuff.
Good.
Where am I? System colonization ship. I'm pretty sure I've handed in, right? Yep. Cool. It'd be embarrassing to fly all the way back to the colonization megaship with full hold of stuff. Which I'm almost certainly going to do at least at some point in the colonization process.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. To me as well, not to you.
Yep, everything runs
Like
on.
these things are so monotonous that it's very easy to lose track of what you are about to do.
Drive charging.
There's that. In addition, I mean, the system I'm actually going after for my 6th system is sort of on the outer edge of what I was looking at on that, like, tool. So, there's probably other systems that open up from there within range that would be interesting as well, potentially. Yep.
Temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
Off we go. It's interesting, I got another one of those cheap viewers ones, but this one didn't show up in the chat. There's like, seems to be levels to them.
2, 1, engage.
Oh, did it got auto picked up by the
Yeah,
moderation system?
by the moderation system. So like Twitch flagged it as a likely ban evader, restricted. But other ones sometimes get flagged as likely ban evaders, but they're not restricted. And then it's just, I don't know, it's just strange. So I guess there's tiers to it, where
Yeah, I guess.
probably based on how I mean, it's probably not hard to pick up a pattern, right? Like the account bounces through lots of different channels,
Charging.
pastes a message, gets banned.
Yep.
Fairly easy for pattern recognition to pick up on that, I'm guessing.
3, 2,
I would imagine so, yeah. But like even without that, you know, it blocks the first few messages. The message gets almost immediately deleted. Like it's very easy. It should be very easy for the system to pick up. Like, why is it being deleted? Okay, is it the same thing? Okay, yes it is. Bye. You are a spammer. Even if you are not like a scammer, like you know, trying to buy views, like you spam bunch of channels with the same freaking message that gets deleted. Bye.
warning. Temperature critical.
Yeah, there's definitely some stuff.
Like I'm not advocating for a ban. Like okay, not ban you. Like it can very well maybe legit. Like you are trying to contact, engage with the community with the same kind of message, initial message. Just you know, flag it for something, and we'll have a human look at it. And if it's very recognizable, easily recognizable by humans that okay, this is a scam, ban it outright, or you know, let it go.
Yeah, well, I think that's probably what they're doing, because it's coming up like you got likely ban evader, but the message shows up, but then you got likely ban evader restricted. So
Yep.
probably depending on how many like channels it's jumped through, how many times like that's been banned in that channel, the account and stuff, it's getting flagged up at different levels. This is probably one step before like Twitch just like kills the account.
Yep, makes sense.
There's definitely some stuff they pick up in chat though. I remember the hilarious like a YouTube video I watched where a guy playing World of Warcraft, a big streamer, was convinced his chat to test this by typing in the chat that like I am under 13.
Okay.
And like his whole chat basically got banned, and then he had to contact Twitch moderation staff to explain that like it was a joke, and could you please unban his viewers?
Oh yeah, I was about to say that could be potentially legally problematic.
And then yeah, and so then like Twitch moderation staff was like sorting that out for him, and then like a couple of weeks later he was at a party somewhere and he was talking to someone he got introduced to, and he was like, what do you do for a living? And the lady was like, I work at Twitch on the moderation staff. And he was like, ooh, she's like, yeah.
Yeah. Basically, I've been dealing with the mess you've created for the past several weeks.
Yeah. Me and my teammates have had to go through and manually review
Yeah.
all these accounts to determine if they are or are not like under 13. Basically,
Yeah.
yeah.
Docking request granted.
And I would bet that the person that introduced him to her knew exactly what had happened. It was over in a corner somewhere laughing to themselves.
I'm sure it was. They were.
Landing gear deployed.
It's so weird that the age on Twitch is 13 and up though, like considering how much iffy content there is on here.
So you're saying it should be higher?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure it should be like 18 up, because I do get that they like require
Docking successful.
streamers to flag their streams 18 plus if they're doing sort of, you know, more risque content or, you know, more iffy sort of conversations or whatever. And then it does say to the person, like when they click on the stream, you know, confirm your thing. But I don't know, it just feels like 13's probably a little too young to be exposed to the Twitch environment, I guess.
Fair enough.
15 or up, 16 or up maybe.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Not that it really matters anyway, kids will work around most restrictions I suppose, but...
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I know I
Like
did this.
even when I was a kid, I remember my parents put password on the PC, and I figured out fairly quickly how to get around that. They never knew I figured it out, or maybe they didn't, just didn't care. But you know.
Yeah, I mean, I got access to stuff
Retracted. Ship released.
when I was a teenager that I was probably not the right age for, but you know, kids are curious.
Always going to be. And if you want something hard enough, you are going to find it.
Charging.
That is true. It's made even easier nowadays by the internet. You know, you click on a website and it goes, "Are you over 18?" And the kid goes, "Yes."
Yeah, I mean, even if you have parental controls set up, it doesn't quite matter since you cannot control the devices of other kids which may not have that.
Yeah.
You know, easy to get around.
Yeah.
A little too easy.
I mean, I don't have kids, so I'm not locked into the parental controls, but I imagine a tech-savvy kid would probably be able to work around it at home anyway.
Exactly. Exactly.
I remember when we were at, when I was doing my IT degree, right? Like, the place I was at, like, we used the computers there for lots of personal browsing as well. And IT was eventually got a little bit annoyed with it, and we're like, started banning sites that were using up a lot of bandwidth. Alright. And so they were like, alright, you know, so then we'll go to like a particular site and we'll be like, no, this is blocked. And then like we worked out that they were blocking based on DNS name. And that you could find the, like, Google the IP address of the site and then go via directly by typing in the IP address.
Okay.
And then so they started blocking the IP addresses as well, and then we started looking into online like masking services and stuff. This is constant battle between us and IT to
Yeah, exactly.
Frameshift drive charging.
And occasionally people would like find risky stuff, you know, like by accident.
4, 3,
Yeah, well, considering how easy it is to stumble into it even if you don't want to. Yeah. Point at YouTube, you know. The literally ads that are showing
Engaging
that are risky.
Yeah, I mean, YouTube you can get away with a lot there if you put it, flag it as educational.
I understand content. Ads though?
Yeah.
warning, temperature
And like,
I don't
okay,
know.
show the ads to the adults, I really don't give a damn. But the risky ads show up to for kids as well.
frame shift.
That's the
drive
problem.
charging.
Yeah.
Like
Probably.
adults won't really mind. I mean, okay, maybe they get annoyed, but they won't really mind if they see some risky content. But you know, show it when the ad shows up on YouTube Kids. That is a problem.
Yeah, that's some screw up in the ad management side on YouTube, I guess. Right, like just
Yeah, they
Yeah.
either didn't review the ad beforehand and just approved it because they saw the money sign, the dollar sign, or the advertiser got somehow around the approval process.
yeah. People were complaining about ads on Twitch a while back, like not the type of ads, but like people were complaining that they were like, you know, not getting to run as much ads as they used to, like on stream, or their ad revenue, basically that their ad revenue was down, and they're like, our advertisers pulling out of Twitch, and then people are like, no, Twitch changed the rules to make that you have to flag your streams more like accurately, and your sort of more 18 plus stream, which then for you're now flagging your stream more accurately, which makes you less appealing to the advertisers. So the advertisers, when they pay Twitch, are like, you know, I want this ad to display on these types of channels. They're not gonna, like, you know, a lot of companies don't want their ads displaying on the more risque Twitch streams, I guess. Yeah.
Understandable. And it doesn't even have to be risky. Like some advertisers. Thank you. Gabe was screwing me out, sorry. Some advertisers may not want to show their ads on like children's oriented channels, which doesn't have to be risky.
Yeah.
You know, there are preferences, which I understand.
And Dark, you're right. I do sometimes jumble over words when I'm talking, but
Docking request granted.
I mean, I get the point across. I probably should slow down and think through what I'm trying to say a little bit better sometimes, though.
I mean, I've understood so far, so you're good as far as I go.
Anyway.
I've gotten used to the part where I just have to let you, you know,
Get to
finish
the
the
end.
sentence,
Yeah,
even if the sentence seems like broken up.
Yes, yeah. It's my style. I know. Oh, I don't. No, I appreciate the advice. Don't get me wrong. What the? What was that noise?
Attack Protocol Alpha.
What?
Also me.
Deploying and readying weapons.
What
Or at least
the?
I don't think it was me.
No, like some weird command got picked up. Apparently, voice attack recognized me saying it's hostile, which I don't think I said. And so I went into battle mode. It's like to change my pips around and was reading weapons or something. And anyway, sorry, I got distracted. But Dark, I appreciate the advice. I'm not like not upset at it or anything like that. It's just, I'm just saying that occasionally when I get into a conversation, I'm not going to remember, that's all. At least until it becomes more ingrained. But I'm always open to constructive advice and criticism. That's not a problem. I'm not super thin-skinned, and I'm not going to get upset if you say you could be doing this thing better. I always appreciate the advice. Oh, we're nearly... Next run will be under 50,000 tons for steel.
Nice.
Which is
I'm about
still a
to
lot.
be done with titanium too. Well, one more trip, but you know.
Yeah. We're getting there.
Slowly but surely.
Indeed.
And no, I will not stop calling you Shirley. I'll see myself about.
That's that old movie joke. Yeah. Is that from Airplane? That was the name of the movie, wasn't it?
I don't know what the name of the movie is, but I just know that it's fairly known quote.
Yeah. There was definitely, that joke was
I'm
definitely... There was a... Yeah, there was a... You go anyway. I'll think about my thoughts.
Okay. All I was going to say is that I'm blanking out on the name of the actor, but yeah. Like, it's fairly popular actor as well, but I just can't remember his name at this very moment.
Yeah,
Leslie Nielsen? Yeah, Leslie Nielsen.
yes. Yeah, I was going... My head was going Nielsen, but then I was going Liam for the first name. I was going, no, that's not him. No, it's...
Yeah. That's Liam Neeson, yeah.
Yeah. And I think the movie was called Airplane or something. It was just like one of those...
It could be, yeah.
But don't 100% quote me on that.
Maybe all that.
But yeah, it was definitely an airplane movie, and it was like a comedy that like was like taking... This is probably more New Zealand saying, but taking the piss a little bit out of
Frameshift drive charging.
out of those airplane.
I'm fairly familiar with that saying, so it's not probably just local to New Zealand.
Yeah. So yeah, it was one of those ones where it was making fun of all the airplane disaster movies that were popular at the time. Yeah.
Scanning for another.
Someone was like, "Surely we could do this." He's like, "I think we can, and don't call me Shirley."
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
There are several more of these puns throughout the movie, but yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was even across movies, because I remember that this was like a series of there was like a series of movies that the actor starred in.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yes, he was definitely, he had that, he was cast in those type of, like, dry delivery of, of comedic lines type of movies. Well, yeah, he was quite good at those.
From the ones I've seen, yes, I can concur.
I mean, I'm not saying he was never cast in any serious roles, but I don't recall seeing him in any serious roles.
At the moment, I do not either. Like, I remember one that was there is a fairly popular scene also in a movie theater, or what looks like a movie theater, where he hands over a gun to like a hostage situations, you know. So everyone flopped their head. That might have been the same movie, might have been a different one, but you know.
Yeah.
4,
Vector.
3, 2, 1, engage.
I think he also played like a Dracula movie. I'm not sure if he was the Dracula or not, but I seem to remember that.
Yeah, he played a lot of the ones that were like parodies of other movie
Yes, yes.
type things, yeah. Sort of like how scary movies were like parodies of the Scream movies and stuff. Even though the Scream movies were kind of hilarious in and of themselves, to be fair.
True, true.
Like, that killer really did rely on his victims being very incompetent.
Yes.
Like the girl that got trapped in the garage and there was like all these sharp weaponry type things on the wall and she tried to crawl out the cat door. Got stuck.
Yeah.
Affirmative. Full stop.
And one of the most ridiculous bits, I can't remember if it was Scream 2 or Scream 3, but there was like one of the Scream movies where the heroine, you know.
Identifying now.
Ooh, what do we got? Police? System. Experts. System authority. Alright. Run from introduction.
Scan detected.
Highly recommended.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, looking at the IMDb page,
Engage.
the actor Leslie Nielsen also played a part in the scary movies.
I don't recall that, but that may well be true, yeah.
Well, he is credited to at least scary movies 3 and 4. I don't remember who the character of President Harris is, but you know.
I might have stopped watching the scary movies after like the first and second one.
Which
maybe.
is fair.
Yeah. But as I was saying, there was this, was it like Scream 2 or Scream 3 where like she gets arrested by a police officer. She's in the back of a car. Oops. Did not mean to drop out there. And and the killer, I can't remember exactly how it happens, but the killer gets in the front of the car and kills the police officer.
Frameshift drive
And while he's killing the police officer, the car crashes and the killer is knocked out. And like a bit of the car, like a bit of the like a beam had come through the front of the car window and it like dented the mesh, like knocked out part of the mesh between the front and the back of the police car. And so like the back of the police car was locked, of course, because you know that's a thing. And so she would like managed to pull the mesh far enough that she crawled through, and then she climbed over the unconscious killer and out of the car and ran off, and then promptly got murdered when he woke up and called up to her. Or when like a second killer, I guess, maybe. I can't remember if there was more than one killer in that particular Scream movie. But like, I was like, the killer is there on the seat. You climbed over onto the seat, the killer's there unconscious, and you're not gonna like, I don't know, take the mask off or pick up the knife the killer was using on the cop that's now on the footwell and like just be like, haha, stab. You know, like it was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in a movie. Well, probably not, but it was pretty dumb.
Yeah, gotcha.
Landing gear deployed.
Some would say that the era of movies where the movies didn't take themselves too seriously was better.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean the Scream movies never took themselves all that seriously, right? They were just popcorn flicks. But still, like, you would think... You'd think at least the character would take a look. You could even do it so that the audience doesn't see. So it's like shoots from behind and you just see her take the mask off and be like, oh my god! And then she runs away and then gets murdered by, like...
Yeah.
It's like, there's no way a character will climb over there and not take a peek. I remember there was another parody thing, I think it might have been a YouTube video. It was like, using Scream, and it was like, it's like, how to survive being in a scary movie. And like, it was like, it's just like, first, have parents that actually care about you. This kid like trying to leave the house going like, well, I'm off to my friend Bud's party with no adult supervision, and the parents are like, are you insane? There's a serial killer around. You're going to your room and not leaving it for the next 3 weeks.
Yep, exactly.
Another one was that when you're being chased by a serial killer and their idiotic mask, which blocks their vision, and their long robes causes them to whack into a door and then fall over right behind you, you now have the advantage. Jump on them, pin that knife hand, and beat them senseless. Am I brought stuff here? Let's have a look. Which, I mean, like, the amount of times the people in, like, the Scream movies could have beaten the killer up when you know, like, if they had fought to try it. But, you know, movies have movie logic, I guess.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
I do like movies that do sort of parody stuff in a fun way, though. Have you ever seen a movie called Tucker and Dale versus Evil?
I mean, it sounds familiar, but if you've asked me what the story was about, I probably couldn't tell you.
Frameshift drive.
I'll give you the synopsis without wrecking too much in case you haven't actually seen it. In case it's just like something someone has mentioned to you in the past or something. Well, it's these two hillbillies that go like sort of tidying up this cabin, and it's actually not their house. It's like they bought it as a holiday fishing place, and then there's a bunch of college kids around this like small lake as well, and the college kids.
Oh yeah, that sounds somewhat familiar.
Yeah.
Didn't they confuse them for like murderers or killers or
Yeah.
convicts or something like that? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
then yes, I've seen it.
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. It's a parody on the whole hillbilly killer type cliche, right?
Yeah.
Like the hillbillies are actually quite nice. There was just a whole bunch of misunderstandings.
Not it.
Drive charged.
Yeah. Well, it's not just a whole bunch of misunderstandings. Well, the hillbillies in that movie were quite nice, the two of them. There was just a whole bunch of misunderstandings that ended up with the college kids getting killed.
4, 3, 2.
So I quite enjoy those like clever twists on like cliches and stuff in movies. It's always fun. Well, almost always fun, I guess.
Nothing wrong with enjoying those movies. You know, sometimes you need an entertainment. Doesn't even have to be a movie. Sometimes you need an entertainment to just turn off the brain, turn off everything, and just enjoy yourself.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, we took Tucker and Dale versus I mean, this was back when there was still like DVD rental places for movies in New Zealand.
4, 3,
Yeah, that's been a while.
Yeah, I mean the movie's like good 20 years old, I would imagine. Maybe not quite that old. Not 100% sure.
Let me look because I'm interested. What was it called? Tucker versus Evil or something?
Tucker and Dale versus
Oh yeah,
Evil.
Tucker and Dale versus Evil. Yeah, 2010, so 15 years.
15 years. Yeah, 15 years old. So it must have been shortly after it came out. We took it around to a friend's place. They were having a barbecue, and they were like, after their kids went to bed, we like watched that movie,
frame shift.
and they really enjoyed it because I think in part they were afterwards. They were like it was really quite enjoyable to watch an actual gory, like funny adulty type movie because like most of their friends also had kids, and so they just ended up watching lots of kids movies a lot of the time when they were socializing.
Yeah, gotcha.
But yeah, it's slowly developed into a bit of a classic, that movie.
I mean, I can imagine so.
You want to do a mad dog and run us?
System colonization ship.
Well, titanium is done.
Nice.
So we are left with around 130,000 materials to go. Hashtag only.
Temperature critical.
Yeah. A mere 130,000. Easy.
So we are done by tomorrow, right?
Maybe not quite tomorrow. Could take just a tad longer.
Okay, fine. So on Monday. And by Monday, I mean your Monday, of course.
That's tomorrow.
I know, that's why I said it. That's why I added the qualification, not me having played all day tomorrow.
Yeah. No,
I've actually been reading. Sorry, go ahead. Finish what you were saying. Because
we're
I'm
definitely
going on a tangent.
we're definitely going to get it done within the 4 weeks, though. So.
Oh, that's definitely. I mean, I do believe that it's going to be done next week. Well, depending on how much time I have on my hand, but you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, what I was going to say was that I've been reading up on documentation for the language that I want to develop the tool in, and I figured most of the things that I want to do, well, the most basic things I want to do. So I am hoping that I will be able to convince myself tomorrow to start reworking it into a proper tool.
Nice.
Not just something made ad hoc. Just get to it as soon as it works. You know, to make it into something that at least pretends to be proper.
And which language have we picked? Klingon? Tolkien's Elvish?
Landing.
Actually, the Goa'uld.
Goa'uld. Language of the Goa'uld. Nice.
I mean, might as well be draft, so you know.
Did they actually have a fully fledged language behind that on the show? Because I know, like, Tolkien created the whole Elvish language pretty much
Engines.
when he was creating Lord of the Rings, which is like a ridiculous amount of background prep. And I'm pretty sure Klingon is more or less a complete language now.
I'm pretty sure it is because it is taught by Duolingo at least.
Oh, interesting.
Which is quite funny. As far as the Goa'uld goes, the lore basically says that it's based or derived from the ancient Egyptian. Or well, the other way around maybe. You know, the language came first and then came the ancient Egyptian. But I think it was that was the way I said actually, because the lore goes that the Goa'uld came to Earth and they basically adopted the ancient Egyptians' religions and gods at the time. So yeah, I do believe it's based on the I don't believe. It is explained in the show that it is based, it is very close to the ancient Egyptian language.
Though, I mean, it makes sense. That's...
Yeah. Like, I don't think there is an application that would teach you Goa'uld, obviously, but, you know. Or maybe there is, I don't know.
Frameshift drive charging.
But you imagine you apply your CV, you're like, oh, I'm multilingual and all the languages are like Klingon, Goa'uld.
Elvish, and so on and so forth. I mean, me being in Europe and, well, the country that is located where it's located, I actually do know at least 3 languages on communication level. And several more to a decent level that I would understand what they are trying to say maybe, or at least infer from context. But,
yeah, it's one of the advantages, I guess, of being like, you know, those large continental areas with lots of land, sort of bordering neighbors.
Yep.
So the same as like how so many people in like the US speak Spanish as well, right? Like it's just.
Frameshift drive charging.
We do have like the Maori language here, and I know a reasonable number of words in it, but not enough to actually have a conversation. Especially not with a fluid native speaker who can talk quite quickly.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know if you are familiar with the comedian Fluffy or Gabriel Iglesias.
Yes, I am.
But he has like a short clip that when he describes that he was on a Mexican radio talk show, and that the host of the talk show started speaking like he called it native Spanish, the Mexican Spanish, and in the rapid succession, and even he was like confused, like, okay dude, slow down, I can't keep up, even though he is actually Mexican.
Yeah, well, I mean, you get the same thing with English speakers sometimes, right?
I mean, sure.
Like we did a road trip on the South Island, and there was like various places in New Zealand have connections to various countries, like from when like this European settlement happened, right? But so some places have like connections to like a French people that came over, you know, like Akaroa, and some places have connections to like there was like immigration from like a Scottish area to somewhere. So I think there was like someone descended from one of those Scottish immigrants or something who we met in a pub down there, and he was quite drunk, and he was talking English, but I couldn't tell you what he said.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
I mean, it's probably somewhat similar to when the Scottish people talk to, well, the rest of the world, I guess. Like, okay, yes, it is English, but you have to very much focus on what the person is saying to understand what they are actually saying.
Yeah. I mean, you get the same even just within like places like the UK, from what I can tell. Like you go from one area of the UK to the other, and it's like I have no idea what this person is saying.
Yep. There was a clip from, well, I don't know if it was like a TV show or just a skit, but there was that, I remember a clip where like somebody young lady was trying to go and talk to people in Welsh, and she just couldn't understand them at all. Which, don't get me wrong, I didn't understand a word either. And luckily there were subtitles and like, okay, I can see what they said, but yeah, no. Already I think it was Welsh, or one of the languages. Doesn't really matter.
There was a clip of a streamer, like the name is Foosley, I think, and she had someone from Australia like come to visit, and the Australian lady was a little drunk, and they were talking, and like she was just, Foosley was just like, I have no idea what you just said the last several sentences. To be fair, I mean, I'm from New Zealand, we're right next door, and I was looking at the video going like, I don't actually know either, like.
Yeah.
And then someone pointed out what they thought that person said, and then you like went back and listened to it, and you're like, okay, now I get it. Yeah, I'm following now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the accent gets somewhat crazy. Like there is like, you know, the regional accent even here in Slovakia, considering how small of a country it is. And there is like I don't know how to call it, but I'm going to call it a region that is basically called Záhorie. It's not important, but the accent or the style of speaking they have, even I have problem understanding. And you know, it like, okay, yes, it is Slovak. I fully understand that, and I'm fully aware of that. But to understand them, it's really hard.
Yeah.
Like, especially to the older people that, you know, like 60 plus. It's really hard to understand those people.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like, it is interesting, right? One of the interesting things I find about New Zealand is that, so when the Europeans came over, the Maori didn't have a written language. Like, great culture and, like, you know, and big oral traditions. And they wrote, so they were like, okay, we're gonna figure out the words and we're gonna create a written Maori language. And for some reason, the words as written down in Maori are pronounced completely differently around the vowels than the English version, like than if you were pronouncing it like English.
Because
so because I'm quite bad at that, and a lot of European descended people in New Zealand are quite bad at getting the Maori pronunciation right. At least I'm aware that I'm quite bad at it. A lot of other people are not aware that they're bad at it. Like, you know, like, you know, and so like those like things about place names and stuff where we pronounce it incorrectly. But like it's just, but I'm like in my head I'm like, well, why did they write it? Why did the European settlers create the written Maori language with pronunciation different from it? Like, it was just like, I just don't quite understand that decision. It's just strange, but I mean, maybe they're trying to differentiate the words a bit more, so, or maybe something along those lines. Alright, Starport services, more steel. So it is interesting like that. You do get. And like I said, even in New Zealand, you do have those like regional dialects, you know. Go to a pub at the bottom of the South Island and someone gets a little drunk and you're like, oh, I can no longer understand what you're saying.
And it's not due to you being drunk.
No. Well, I mean, a little bit. Not due to me being drunk. A little bit due to them being drunk, because then they...
No, that's what I meant. That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not due to them being drunk. It's what I meant to say.
Sometimes, like, you can understand them until they get to a certain point of drunk where they're slurring the words just a little bit more. and then the dialect differences are enough that you just like you can just no longer comprehend what's being said.
Yep.
No, not set a destination. Okay.
Scan detected.
So you're definitely interesting.
Scan detected.
To be fair, actually, for all I know, they did make the. For all I know, they did make the pronunciation of the vowels the same, and maybe we've just changed how we pronounce it in English, and it hasn't changed to Māori over the last like 150, 60 years or something like that. Language does change, and like
In very short of span.
yeah,
Span of time.
I didn't get to about the 1960s or so probably, and TV started being a thing, and American TV shows and British TV shows coming to New Zealand probably influenced the pronunciation from children here.
Very likely, yeah.
Yeah.
Not to mention each generation seems to create their own words. So, you know.
Drive charging.
Yeah. Sometimes, like,
Leaving system.
you do wonder sometimes, right? Like,
Checking systems now.
apparently the young generation have created Riz to stand for charisma. It's like,
Oh, yes.
Confirming.
we already had a four-letter word that was slang for that, which was game. Do you have game? And it's like, or maybe that was just a local thing.
No, it's really like I'm even familiar with it, and there is a somewhat similar word in Slovak language as well. But yeah.
Frame shift. drive
Maybe they thought
charging.
that Riz was coming off the tank slightly easier. Who knows?
Yeah. To be fair, Riz can be a little bit more like game is more about like romantic,
3,
sexual sort of charisma,
Cool.
and
Cool.
Riz can be a bit broader in the charisma sense than that. Though it's often just used that way. So
Yeah. Riz is mostly used in the context, or well, at least from what I've seen, in the context of getting someone to like you, more than to, you know, get them interested in the romantic way.
yeah.
Also, the variations of the words like Rizzler, you know, makes little more sense than gamer.
True, that might be a thing, right? Like trying to expand like game like that could get confusing.
frame shift.
Yeah.
Drive charging.
I am saving up all the Zoomer slang to embarrass my nieces and nephews with at some point. Like, it'd be great.
Well, you can embarrass your own kids, so yeah, you gotta save it for that.
Stand by. I need
Absolutely. As an uncle, it is my job to embarrass them at any good opportunity, basically.
Any and all occasions, yes, I agree.
Yep.
Gotta give the kids the opportunity to roll their eyes, to exercise them.
Yeah, they're not the Some of them aren't the smartest kids ever, to be fair. Shouldn't say that
Honestly,
about my
we
niece.
weren't either.
Yeah.
We were pretty dumb probably as well.
Yeah.
Not saying that I'm not dumb anymore, but you know.
There was a hike I did a while back. We call them tramps in New Zealand. Where it was like I was like I'm this hut that is like easy to access, and it's normally part of a Great Walk system where you have to like book it way in advance. And I was like, like in winter that goes off being a Great Walk. The access to the hut is about an hour and a half, 2 hours sort of hike, relatively easy. It's all fairly flat. No dangerous rivers, no chance of being hit by an avalanche or anything in winter, even though it's kind of an alpine-y environment. I was like, because all the slopes are miles away and like nice view of some big mountains, I was like, I think I want to do this walk. Do it as an overnight hike. And then we were like, and my partner was like, oh, I'll come along, it seems easy enough. And then we were like, well, do you want to bring some of your nieces and nephews? And she was like, yep. And that was their first time doing something, so their parents were quite excited, and they were like making sure they were kitted out with all the gear and stuff. And we were walking along, and they kept picking up all this like really muddy, horrible, slushy ice. And they had the mum had given them woolen gloves, which will soak through eventually. It'd still be somewhat warm, but and then I was like, probably stop playing with the ice. You're gonna soak your gloves. They're gonna get colder. You're not gonna be having a very enjoyable time. And they didn't listen. And eventually, like after about half an hour, one of them was like, "My gloves are soaked and my hands are cold." And I'm like, "Take your gloves off and put your hands in your pockets." It's like, "But I put ice in my pockets." Oh, god damn it, kid.
Okay. Sure.
Landing gear deployed.
So he was so infused by the ice that he was like picking it up and putting it in his pockets. I don't know what he thought was going to happen to it in his pockets. Just turns into muddy brown water, basically. It wasn't even very nice looking ice. It was horrible looking. It's all mud and slush.
Yeah. Kids are not the brightest bulbs under the sun. In general.
Yeah.
Docking successful. Engines
Like, what was the final idea behind putting the ice to the pocket? Like, are you going to take it home?
Yeah, I don't know, kids' logic sometimes is a bit...
Yep. Okay, I'm going to take a light break. Need to get some thing to drink and stretch my lips. Be right back.
Sure. Okay. Let's take the opportunity to run some stuff up to my colonization ship.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Boom, boom. Alright, off we jump. Nope, well apparently we will, well, now off we jump. Here we go. No longer mass locked. Alright. Don't have anyone to talk to right now.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
If anyone in chat has funny stories, feel free to share them. Has anyone else taken their nieces and nephews or their own kids hiking? Did it go well? Did it go poorly? That was the only time I took them hiking, to be fair, and we took 3 of them, which was too many. Too tiring. Not the hike, just mentally trying to deal with the kids.
Frameshift drive charging.
Turns out one of them was afraid of the dark and just didn't refuse to go to outside the hut at night to go to the toilets,
Navigation for next system.
which were, to be fair, long drops, but they were relatively nice long drops.
Scanning for anomalies. None detected. Is
Bum 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 bum. What are these names of these systems out here? They just roll off the tongue. Col 258, Sector XK0D6115.
maximum light velocity reached. Exit destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3.
3, 2, 1. It is alright, that is very accurate.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
Let's heat sink to get rid of that annoying alarming beep. And off we go.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Here we go. Maybe if I bribe the pilots of this ship, we can just get it jumped out to the system we're colonizing. Doesn't need to stay here, right? Like, we could bribe Brewster Corporation to, or just the people in charge of the ship, maybe? Ship's captain? Ship's commander? Throw a few credits their way. Be like, you know what would be a good system for you to set up in? This one over here. Surely there'd be no harm in that. I mean, the bubble's expanding outwards. We need to move these ships outwards. Boom, boom. Alright, Trailblazer Dream. Here we go. More steel.
Docking request granted.
Alright, start auto dock. Let's check the system. We go here. Not far from id system. Use system map. This is the system I'm currently working on. It's not a bad little system. We're 46% done. Steel, CMM, and titanium.
Landing gear deployed.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
All right.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
There we go. Launching.
Retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Off we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
Right, so we're gonna we'll head in a couple of loads to my colonization ship as well, I guess. Do a bit of progression there. That one's gonna move a lot faster.
3, 2, 1.
It's just an outpost. And if you are doing colonization for your first system, I do recommend an outpost. It is so much less stress to build. It goes so much faster. A tier 2 station is also quite doable.
Frameshift drive charging.
But if you wanted to play with colonization at the moment, it may even be a good idea to claim a few systems just with outposts and then wait for some of the bugs around the building of stuff to be fixed. Which is kind of what I've been doing. And then once that's done, develop them up.
Frameshift drive charging.
3 jumps to go. Okay.
Leaving
3,
system.
2, 1. Engage.
We're...
Scanning for anomalies. None detected. Is
Okay.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oop. A little too close to the sun. We are cooking ourselves.
navigation for next
Roast Commander is not what we want on the menu. What we want is you know.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at normal levels.
What I really want is pizza, to be honest. Pizza would be nice. I wonder if I should get myself pizza for lunch. Should I put a poll in chat about what to get for lunch? Oh, nice start. Was it one of those healthier pizzas that you were like the one you had the other day, or same place, or I'm pretty sure that was you, right? That was telling me about my pizza. Same one I said before. Yeah. Okay. Very nice. I still need to sort the grocery shopping so that I have stuff in the house. I have some dinner stuff still, but running kind of low on lunch things. Pizza does sound good though. I can do. There's even the there's even one of those one of the delivery places has like a payment option where it's one of those things where you pay in 4 installments and it has delayed first payment, which is a little dangerous. I can order food I do not have to pay for right away. Got to be careful with that. It is cheaper if I go out and get it though, and there are pizza places fairly close by. Sort of 10-minute drive-ish type thing. Not too bad at all.
Docking request granted.
Boom, 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 boom.
Deployed.
Boom, 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 boom. I don't know, VA's been kind of ignoring me when I ask it stuff and then just randomly deciding I've asked it stuff when I haven't. Captain Kirk's had an attitude problem with me recently.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
No. Commodities market. Oh, that's right. We're not on that type of ship. That's not going to work. All right. Uh, 46 to 49 in one load. Haha. That's so much better. Yeah, I need to do some more system training. But what do you mean by accent? I don't have an accent. Foreigners have accents. I'm just kidding. I saw that somewhere on I saw that somewhere on YouTube on some comment or something, where someone was talking to them, someone and like, I love your accent, and they were like, I'm from America, we don't have accents, other people have accents.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
All right. Off we go. Back to collect more steel. Would you say the US one? Yeah, there's definitely an American accent. Some
Frameshift drive charging.
there's a thing like where, like a lot of the TV shows and stuff, you get in New Zealand or I watch on Netflix or stuff, are American TV shows. So the American accent, like the Hollywood type American accent, where they're trying to homogenize it a little bit for TV and stuff, sounds fairly normal to me just from that level of exposure to it in the past.
4, 3.
But then you get like definitely notice like to a much greater degree, I will notice like the southern accents, or as you get more north towards Canada, I'll notice the sort of some of the northern dialect stuff a bit more as well.
Frameshift drive charging.
If that makes sense, I guess. All right.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Because, you know, a place as big as the US is going to have even more regional dialects and accents going on. Yeah, the southern, you know, the Mandarin type accent. Or what they call, was it the Texas drawl type of style of speaking, I guess. And you've, like, places have had influences from other areas as well, same as like in New Zealand, right? So isn't it like Louisiana and stuff has like a heavy French sort of influence on the way of speaking and the accent there.
Frameshift drive charging.
Leaving system.
3, 2, 1.
Great
Engage.
ships allocated.
Alright, I'm black.
Confirming
Back.
exit
Jesus
point.
Christ. I'm back. What did I miss?
We were just, me and Dark were just chatting a little bit about accents, and he was asking if I view Americans as having accents, and I was like, yes, right? Like, 'cause I made this joke. He said something about my accent, and I was like, well, I don't have an accent. Only foreigners do. And then I was like, no, it's just a joke, yeah. He was like, well, how do you view the US in terms of accents? And I was like, I notice it more if it's not the Hollywood style, like, thing.
Frameshift
Yep.
drive
Because that's so universal across TV shows and stuff that you're quite heavily exposed to it, even in other parts of the world. But if it's like the Texas drawl or like the Southern belle or like the more northern dialects as well, you notice it a bit more. Or even, was it like the New Yorker, like, you know, I'm walking here type accent or way of speech, I guess.
Destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2.
I see pizza was mentioned in the chat. I
Oh,
also
yes.
had pizza today.
Ah, you've had pizza today. Dark's had pizza today. I might have to have pizza today and complete the trinity. I don't know if that'll do
You
anything.
might,
But,
we might have to. Yes.
my partner though is
I
not.
am.
I was going to say
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, my partner is not as fond of pizza though, so I will have to find her something else for lunch probably.
I am squarely on the side of pineapple belongs on pizza. And I know I might have offended like half your chat at the moment, but I don't really care.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of pineapple on pizza, but to each their own. I like the deep dish style crust on pizza. Though often I just get the ordinary pan crust because I like it. Sometimes they charge extra for changing the crust from something else. Sometimes you also get like the cheesy stuffed crust type pizzas and that kind of thing. That can be good.
Nope. I've seen a variation where no, I'm not entirely sure which it was, whether it was like the hot dog or what's the other thing called? Oh, whatever. Like some type of meat comparable to hot dog that was put into the crust.
Yes,
Like,
I have seen that.
So that's an interesting variation. I have never tried, but I might eventually.
Yeah. Yes, I've seen that. For sauce, I like barbecue sauce. I also like just like standard, sort of more Italian style pizza sauce, I guess. Like with where you got the sauce with the oregano and stuff mixed into it. Like the tomato based sauce with the oregano and stuff mixed into it. For toppings, I generally go for different types of meat toppings, but also like tomatoes and mushrooms and other bits and pieces as well. So I'll often go for apricot chicken sometimes as well. So like the apricot sauce on an apricot chicken pizza is quite nice. That's a favourite. Or I might just go some sort of meat lovers or something along those lines, or you know, barbecue chicken and bacon with like mushrooms and other bits and pieces on it. That kind of pizza.
Yeah, I sometimes prefer a chicken pizza. It's like you know, like cut chicken pieces. There is usually also onion, and sometimes there is like corn, but not always. It depends how they make the recipe. But it's fairly good, actually. It's actually kind of becoming my favorite one, even more to the pineapple pizza.
So is the pineapple one, if I can have a side dish with it, what would it be and why? I'm quite fond of garlic bread, but it depends on the place. Like some places.
Yeah, I like pizza sticks. That's somewhat of a good appetizer.
Yeah. Or some do like garlic pull apart breads. Those can be quite nice. Or sometimes just fries. If there are places that do really nice fries, then that can be nice. It depends on the pizza place, I guess. Some I like overcook the garlic bread and it's a little too crusty, and I'm not as fond of that. My partner likes like the buffalo wings and with like the sticky dipping sauce and that kind of thing. So, Dark, as an American, maybe you can tell me why they're called buffalo wings when they're obviously chicken?
Frameshift drive charging.
Unless you have very small flying buffaloes over there, like... But I haven't seen that anywhere.
4, 3, 2, 1.
They are keeping them to be a national secret no one knows about.
Yeah.
Only the pizza places,
Exit
of course.
destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Picky eater when growing up. Yeah, that's a common thing with people when they're growing up. I was like that as well. So yeah. Gotten more adventurous with my tastes as I've got older. Still not like super adventurous by a lot of people's standards, though, I suppose.
Apparently the question why buffalo wings are called buffalo wings is fairly oftenly asked because it was the fourth suggestion from the top.
Exit destination
And the actual
confirmed.
explanation
Arrival in
is
5,
because
4,
they were
3,
named after Buffalo, New York when they were created in '64.
Ah, it's a location thing.
Yep.
I understand. So no secret tiny flying buffaloes that are the Americans
look like
are keeping to themselves.
Frameshift drive
It's a shame.
charging.
I know, I would adopt them as a pet.
Uh,
Even to cook them later, of course.
yeah. You do get some interesting pets around the place.
As in New York or?
Well, I definitely know like America is a bit more lax about that kind of thing in a lot of places. Like New Zealand, you can't really have like pet snakes or anything like that because they're like not native and like they're worried like what'll happen if they escape. There is some exotic things you can have as pets. Thoughts on a salad with pizza? I enjoy a nice salad, but when you get a side salad with something, they're generally not the best, right? And most pizza places don't create great salad. So, like, if I want a salad, I'm probably ordering from somewhere that it's not a side salad; it's the main thing, I guess.
Makes sense.
But if I'm
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, if I'm cooking at home, though, I might make a nice salad with a pizza.
Yeah, I was thinking that Dark asked about salad actually being put on the pizza. And I was going to answer that, well, I had pizza with literal ice cream, which was interesting.
You can get dessert pizzas, yes. I always find that a weird concept. It's like combining
No,
things.
it wasn't a dessert pizza, it was like full-fledged pizza, just with ice cream cones on the top.
Oh, okay.
Chocolate and ice cream cones. Unsurprisingly, it got very mushy after like couple seconds. Unsurprisingly, obviously.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Yeah. No, Dark did mean as a side dish kind of thing. Yeah.
Fair.
So if it was like a gourmet pizza restaurant, then it might be one thing. If it's like a takeaway pizza place, and they offer a salad as a side dish, I'm probably not getting it because it's not gonna be impressive. This is my usual thought process, I guess. I mean, I could probably stand to have a few more salads, to be fair, though.
Are you calling yourself fat?
I mean, I'm slightly
Rhetorical question. Rhetorical question.
I have a little bit of middle age spread.
Request granted.
That does happen. I'm not as fit as I once was. I should work on that.
I mean, at our ages, it's not too surprising.
Yes, and you know, we both work on computers.
Exactly. We sit on our asses like 16 hours a day.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe a little less, but you know.
I'm not gonna go into too much more detail, Dan. I'll just say I'm not as fit as I once was, and I could stand to lose the occasional kilo.
Yeah, the extra padding, shall we say?
Oh. Many years ago, when I was on the
Engines disengaged.
when I was on my outdoor like recreation type course, I think I mentioned this before that I did this kind of stuff in my past. Right? There was a guy on the course who was a bodybuilder.
Okay.
Like, and it was very impressive, like when it came to rock climbing and that kind of stuff, very good physique. But if you went into the actual outdoors and you were camping or something, and it was a warm night, he still froze because he had like very low percentage body fat and no insulation. Yep. So there are downsides to having a skinny, well-built, like, well, you know, well-built body. There's
So what you're saying, I should keep my fat to be warm in winter?
Well, you know, like, I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that, I'm just saying if there was ever another ice age, all the bodybuilders would probably die first from the cold.
Yeah, maybe. Granted, if there was another ice age, I don't think the bodybuilders would be continuing on their journey. And they would probably get the fat in fairly quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that is true.
Okay, request granted. Well, thank you very much.
Charging.
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by.
Alright. Back to the ship for more steel.
To steal more steel?
Yeah. Surprised Dad hasn't rung. Oh, wait. I think he's tied up with something. I think he's tied up with something on the Sunday morning, so it's probably actually not surprising.
Frameshift drive charging.
I'll have to go deliver some stuff to his colonization system as well at some point.
abandon me in the block.
Oh no, I'll keep delivering to yours.
I promise to not hold it against you.
At the moment, technically,
I mean, even if I were, like, what could I do about it? Kill you? I mean, in-game, of course.
I was just saying, at the moment, technically, I am working on 4 different systems in some way, shape, or form.
That is true. Your system, my system, your dad's system.
And my other account's system.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Look at me being selfish and hogging up all your playtime with my system.
That's fine. Your one's the one that requires the most effort. So
that is true.
4, 3.
Requires a lot of effort and is on a time crunch.
yeah. Dad's one was only started yesterday, so he's got 4 weeks. It's a tier 2 station. It'll be easily doable in that time period.
Yeah.
And he just likes hauling stuff around in his Type 9 anyway, so like it's kind of a good gameplay, I think, for him. He likes the trading stuff in the game.
Understandable.
And the 2 systems I'm working on are both outposts on my system and my other account, so
Yeah, you're going to be done in 2 days. Or 3 if you slack.
yeah, I'm 25-30% on one and nearly 50% on the other.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we are not even 50% after a week on this one.
Yeah.
We are like, what, 45 something percent?
Yeah, I mean, that's still going pretty well, I think, though.
Oh, definitely. But, you know, I'm just saying.
I think my 6th system will be the last I claim for a while, though. Once I've done this one and put a claimant on that one, so I might do a tier 2 on that, and then just slowly do it over 4 weeks.
To level up the systems?
Yeah, after that I will. Like, I'll start with the first system, I guess, and work on that. And if it turns out it gets a bit screwed up due to like changes down the line, it's not a big deal. I'll just move on to a different system. And I mean, where I got a ground settlement built there, a ground hub, 2 space installations. We're 25% done, roughly, I think, on that asteroid base. So that system's built up a little bit. And I put down a planetary port on my other world, but I haven't started working on that. Tier 1 planetary port. Which still looks quite big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there is still that tier 2 planetary port that I've started and basically haven't touched since plopping it down, basically.
Yeah. There's plenty of stuff to work on. And on my other account, the first system I claimed has 2 partially built installations, which along with which I could finish off relatively quickly, I imagine, and then along with the construction point from the outpost I first built there should give me 3 points, and then I could probably start asteroid base or something. I'm trying to figure out what you put in a pirate system though, for that like little system I claimed.
Good question.
Because I built a pirate.
Maybe something that lowers security.
Yeah, well, I built a pirate outpost which lowers security and ups wealth. And I'm building a pirate. I've started a pirate installation. I haven't handed anything into it yet. I just, you know,
I think I've built pirate outposts in 2 of the transition systems.
Docking successful.
It's Pirate Empire.
Engaged.
Yep.
Well, I'm not
Well,
sure.
you know, I gotta have pirates to hunt once I colonize and develop this system.
I'm not sure if there was much else that was pirate themed in like in terms of settlements or anything. Maybe not. Trailblazer wiki.
That is the Trailblazer wiki. Okay.
There was a Trailblazer page on the Elite Dangerous wiki.
Yeah,
guess.
I got it.
System colonization. Here we go. So there are. So for orbital facilities, there's a criminal outpost, which is the pirate one. Criminal outpost is just type colony, though. There's a pirate base installation, which is an orbital, like, installation. Planetary facilities, civilian, industrial, scientific, planetary port, agricultural settlements, extraction settlements, industrial settlements, military, scientific, tourism, civilian hubs. What is a civilian hub used for? I mean, most hubs...
Traffic Imperial slaves?
Maybe. You think it's a hub where the actual products are civilians?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, because like most things...
That was actually exactly my thinking.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's high-tech... Yeah, there's nothing else criminal or pirate. So, I guess it's just what else you want to add to the system. And keeping the system security low, I guess. So not adding like a, you know, military stuff or anything. Imagine if you add pirate bases and then military bases, and then the whole system is just full of conflict zones.
Mm.
That would be a fun little development.
Mm-hmm.
So
Very much so.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the exact point of a civilian hub actually is, because most of the others are giving you something like, you know, like changing the surrounding like either orbital or other things on the planet, adding economies to it. But so, what does a civilian hub add in terms of economy? It's also an exploration hub, so not quite sure what that one does either. Exploration hub pushes the economy towards tourism, but a civilian hub doesn't push it towards anything. Takes the security down. Standard of living up and development level up. Oh, okay. It's interesting, but I'm not sure I'd build a civilian hub for much. Steel. Back to the game anyway.
Cargo hold.
Yeah, enough
Maximum
slacking.
Capacity.
I mean, I might build like civilian Or just a colony-style port in the pirate system and see if it then becomes lawless or something, I guess. Alright.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Did you watch the YouTube video I sent you on Discord with the Mandalorian escaping the
I forgot.
essence?
Drive charging.
Very much feels like what happens when you get interdicted by a by like the authorities and elite, and you just like, nope, I'll just leave it again.
Leaving system.
Yeah. Let me watch it now. Give me a few minutes.
Sure.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage.
Alright.
Frameshift drive charging. Four,
Leaving
three,
system.
two, one. Engage.
Alright. Heading back to Hampton Steel.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at normal levels.
I still need to introduce Dad to voice attack, I think. I think he'll get a kick out of having like Captain Kirk speaking to him in game.
Frameshift drive charging.
Okay, fairly funny video. You mind answering some questions? Yeah, I don't think so. Bye.
And the other dude's like, did he jump? What was... nope, he's just that
Yeah.
quick. Yeah. And it
It's
cut,
up from our sensors and the hyperdrive wasn't charged.
yeah. It cut out right at the end, but like right at the end he was like, when it goes like, do we report this? The older guy goes, well, if you want to look like an idiot and be bogged down in paperwork, type of thing, go ahead, but I'm not.
Yeah, makes sense.
Maybe that's why we never get in trouble, like, with the sister authorities when we flee. The people in the ships, like, that pull us over just don't want to do the paperwork to report us.
Yeah, maybe. Like, okay, he is clearly fast, he's got places to go, and I got better shit to do than file paperwork, so moving on.
Temperature
Yeah.
critical.
Could well be. We'll just say we let him go with a warning, yeah. Alright.
Yep. Even though the message we send them just before they disappeared was "Stop, Commander. This is just a routine scan."
Yeah, it's like, if you're not fast enough to routine scan me while I'm fleeing and jumping out, that's not my problem. Get faster scanners.
Yep. Better yet, develop the technology to scan me in Super Cruise and don't pull me out if you don't need to.
I swear like the scanners pretty much do scan every all the ships fully as Super Cruise, don't they?
Only very basic scan, you don't get the bounties that you may have in other systems.
Docking request granted.
Which is what I assume they are doing.
Sure.
Granted, then
okay.
again, when the system security determines that you have a bounty in a different system that is not in their jurisdiction, they let you go anyway, so... yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and like...
Thing is, you cannot scan the cargo in Super Cruise, so maybe that's what they're doing. You know, if you're hauling something illegal.
So there's no way to scan the cargo. Okay, that makes sense. Actually, what?
Not in Super Cruise. In normal space there is.
Does this scan pick up, like, stuff in your storage? A normal space?
Different scanner. There is a manifest scanner.
Because I got like...
The kill warrant scanner doesn't pick that up.
Oh.
Docking success.
Because I've still got 5 e-breaches that are apparently prohibited.
The manifest scanner doesn't detect what you have on your person. Only in cargo.
Probably explains why it's never caused a problem.
Probably. Because you do absolutely get in trouble if you have an e-breach on you when they scan you on foot.
Even though it's been given to you sometimes for a legit mission. Bring a system like a ground settlement back online.
Yep.
Like, how dare you have something that you could use for a legitimate purpose?
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Hello there.
Yeah, I saw you on the ship back there. Alright,
Frameshift
jumping.
charging.
Apparently you are actually faster than I am. Because I'm boosting and I cannot catch you.
I think maybe last time I only had 2 pips and engines because I'd bought a pirate
Possibly.
before that.
Yeah, you were much faster. Like you were actively gaining ground on me.
Yeah, I'm fast. I'm pretty sure the thrusters on this are fairly heavily engineered.
Where?
Because I originally was using and trying it out in like hazard zones with that missile build.
Warning. Temperature critical.
I mean, these thrusters should be heavily engineered as well, because I was getting tired of the ship not turning properly.
Taking heat damage.
Yeah, they have the... Oh, okay, well, only grade 3 dirty drive tuning, never mind that.
Charging.
I should change that.
I mean, for a cargo ship, it's probably fine.
I mean, it's working well so far, but it could be better, you know.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
I can't see at the moment. I'll check in a second. But I wouldn't be surprised if I had grade 5 dirty drives.
And soon, so might I. If I have the materials to do so.
Yes. Grade 5 dirty drive tuning and drag drives.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you are faster. I can't have that. I will promptly fix it.
It's like, shit was working fine, but suddenly realized other person is faster. Must fix.
That's unacceptable.
Next
I
thing,
gotta be the fastest fluff boy.
3,
next thing,
Not everyone else. Not anyone.
next thing Ed pulls up in his cargo mamba.
Well, I mean, if I could stuff 700 cargo in the Mamba, I absolutely would. Like, give me a trailer. I will absolutely do that.
Yep.
What do you mean when I boost to 700 meters a second, my cargo falls off the trailer? I don't care.
warning, temperature critical.
It's just kind of strapped to the top of the ship.
Frames
Yeah.
drive charging.
Accidentally knock it off going through the mail slot of the station.
Free aluminium for everyone.
4,
Navigation for next
2,
system.
1, engage.
Alright. You were still quicker at getting back to the thing than I was.
Well, I'm boosting around the stars. Not sure if you're doing that.
I haven't bothered with that, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm doing that, so maybe that's why I'm faster. You know, basically as soon as the flagship drive comes offline, online again to jump, I am jumping.
You also
Not
have
waiting to get around the star.
you also have more jump range, so I'm not sure. And we know we're the same number of jumps heading back, but I don't know if we're fully loaded, but I don't know if we're the same number of jumps like to get here.
It's 3 jumps to get here, 4 to get back.
Okay, so there's the same number of jumps. It's probably me just getting distracted. Or the boosting around
Either
the star
that
thing.
or you are, air quotes, wasting time for when you are circling the stars.
That's entirely possible.
Docking request granted.
Oh look, we've stopped collecting titanium. Titanium is up to 2,500 units.
Yeah.
Would have guessed.
Oh. Hi Ed. Bye Ed.
Bye.
Landing gear deployed.
I'm always skirting the landing pads.
Yeah, I tend to do that too. Just go over the top. They'll be
Yeah,
like,
I always get annoyed when I have to hold the thrust up key because someone is parking in front of me. And by
Yeah.
someone, I don't always mean you, of course.
no, it's really been
Because I mean, I do play in open, so, you know, it happens quite a lot.
Plus there's NPC ships around.
Exactly.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Let's fill up first. It'll change the route calculation.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
And bringing in a slightly bigger cargo ship as one of the ships this year would probably be a good idea for Frontier. I imagine they'll get a lot of people buying that with ARX.
Sorry, what were you suggesting to buy for IX?
I was saying if they bring in like a cargo ship with a bigger cargo capacity, doesn't even have to be a whole lot bigger. It doesn't have to be like 1,000 tons or whatever, you know. They're bringing a cargo ship that can do 850 tons of cargo, or you know, something. They'll probably sell that ARX to a lot of people. Imagine it'll be quite profitable.
I agree.
I'm almost surprised that they didn't do that with the one coming in April and
Drive charging.
just delay the Corsair until later in the year.
I mean, to be fair, we are getting 3 more ships in addition to the Corsair, so maybe they still will.
Yes.
I am actively wondering what they are going to bring, or well, whether they are going to bring, and if they are, what they are going to bring for a large ship.
Yeah, so far, like, we've had, what, 4 new ships released, 1 announced. There have been 4 mediums, 1 small. So, they're very keen on pushing the medium ships at the moment, for some reason. But I do get it, the medium ships are very popular in some ways.
True. Hey, I've managed to loop of shame. I mean, loop of glory.
Frameshift drive charging.
Loop of glory. You pulled it off.
Gotta get 1 in per session. Well, okay, maybe not per session. Yes.
2, 1.
So there is yeah, I don't know. Like, every ship they bring out seems to be kinda OP, right? Like, in certain ways. Compared to the ships that have been in it before it, I guess, right? Like, and not completely. I mean, the Python Mark II has got a ridiculous amount of firepower and agility for a medium combat ship, but it's kind of balanced by lacking those internal slots, I guess. Right? So it's hard to get a very robust build going on in terms of hull reinforcements and armor reinforcements and stuff. The Mandalay is a great exploration ship, probably one of the best in the game now, if not the best in the game. So it's OP in that respect, but it's not gonna do very well in combat outside of cold orbiting Fargoids anyway. I mean, it'll be fine, but it just won't be as good as some of the other ships. The Type 8 has a ridiculous amount of cargo space for a medium ship with good jump range.
That is true.
Like, so it's way better as a cargo hauler than the Python. I think I read somewhere that the Python does like
Charging.
maybe close to 300 tons of cargo space, where the Type 8 can do close to 400 or around 400. Python is overall more useful in combat, though. And arguably, depending on how you load it out, with the bigger hardpoints, a better mining ship. Not so much the bigger hardpoints, I guess, the bigger power distributor.
4, 3, 2, 1. Warning.
And apparently the Cobra is a very OP small ship, right? So
I've heard.
So if they do bring out a large ship, they could go for something that's, you know, like gonna be OP in combat, I guess, or they could go for just a bigger than, you know, bigger than anything else trading vessel. The Type 11. Type 12, maybe.
I mean, at that point, you might as well make it T1000.
Maybe they'll bring out another OP small fighter to rival the Vulture. That could be fun too.
Maybe.
But yeah, T1000. I know you get the when you get Arnold Schwarzenegger on a voice pack.
That was T800, but yes.
Oh, you're right, it was too.
T1000 was the liquid one.
Liquid one.
Oh, liquid-ish.
Yeah, the liquid mercury one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember now. What was the model number of the one in the movie after that? It was like a female one that could transform her arms into weapons and stuff.
I don't know.
How did I drop out so close to the colonization ship?
Docking request granted.
It's just because I waited to the last second. Alright. Arnold Schwarzenegger voice pack would be quite cool though, you know. Have lines like, "Have requested docking, get to the landing bay."
Yeah, I don't know about the other one, okay. Well, looking at it, it might have been TX?
Oh, you looked up
As
the
in
model.
not a number. Yeah, TX, looks like it was TX. Like not a specific number, just X. If I'm reading the wiki correctly.
Engines disengaged.
Yeah, it actually has the article TX with the female character for the Terminator. So yeah, TX.
Okay, interesting. What is it? %?
Well, I guess it was a play. Well, a play on the word. Well, the wiki says so. It's not from my imagination. But the wiki suggests that it might have been a play on the word Terminatrix.
Terminatrix. Okay. That sounds like a fan theory that's just been added to the wiki, to be honest. Like, yeah, that sounds like some fan watching that and being like, oh, I'd let her step on me. Ooh, what a Terminator dominatrix. A Terminatrix. Maybe that's what the TX stands for. That makes sense. I'll add that to the wiki.
Frameshift drive charging.
I know my landing gear is not deployed. That's what the Terminatrix said. Okay, I'll see myself up.
4,
Vector
3, 2, 1. Engage.
Alright. Well, we're getting there. We're up like 46, 47%.
Warning. Temperature critical.
So another 10% on yesterday.
Yep.
Frameshift drive charging.
Somehow it feels that went by faster, but I might be wrong.
It's only been 4 hours to go up 10%. It was like 5 hours yesterday. I swear it.
Yeah, exactly.
4,
leaving system.
That's why I'm saying that it feels like it was faster today.
Did we get distracted more often yesterday? Doesn't really,
Guess so.
doesn't feel like it
It
though.
doesn't really feel like it.
Yeah.
But,
Feels like around.
I mean, I even took like 10 minutes break.
It feels like the same level of distraction, more or less.
I mean, okay, technically we are only 8% in, not 10, but you know.
Unless someone's secretly helping out and handing in on slow mode and we haven't noticed.
frameshift drive charging.
I will try to make a mental note and check after the starport is completed.
I should go check that in some of my things and be like, because I suspect on some of my stations you were the bigger contributor. I'll be like, first
That is
contributor.
very likely. I'm
and
sorry,
then-
but that is very likely.
I'm not complaining.
Would be weird if you were.
Alright. HIP 90578.
Frameshift drive charging.
This system name is getting too familiar to me. Years from now,
Not even sorry.
years from now, there'll be some sort of like Elite Dangerous
3,
question, and I'll be like, what system was the Trailblazer Dream first located in? I'll be like, HIP. Yada yada yada.
Scanning.
You see, you already
Oh, I
forgot
forgot. I did. 90578, I think.
it. It only took like 10 seconds.
I am. Yeah, I'm terrible at remembering numbers. It's kind of weird. Means that numbers that I do remember, I tend to reuse for stuff as well sometimes. Loop of Glory. Trailblazer Dream.
Docking request granted.
Just gonna say, I'm pretty impressed by how much the like the bubble has grown outwards. Like, it's been a mad effort by people.
Yep.
So we go
Now,
down.
granted, it's mostly growing out in like, you know, sprouts, if you will, from the main systems. Like, you know, you get like part of a group of commander goes in this stream and part of commander goes in the other. But yeah, like it doesn't grow in a, you know, like a homogeneous bubble style.
You sort of see it's almost like another little bubble we got going on up here.
Docking
So
successful.
down here.
Engines disengaged.
Where was the edge of the? Let's see. So we were about the edge of the bubble, right, when we first started colonizing. So
Yeah, well, we were the first system that this mine was like HR 6394, I believe. That was kind of the edge of the bubble. Which is nowhere close to where you are currently zoomed into.
this was my first system, I think. This is the one I did to get you to this system.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, yeah. So the mega ship is down there. So this was somewhere up around the edge of the bubble, right? Originally?
Yep.
In some respect. And there was almost none of these systems were colonized. And then it's like colonize. Yeah. I mean, people have been putting in effort. Not just us. Like, thousands of commanders.
Yep, definitely.
Oh, steel's down to 427.
Okay.
It's fine, I'll top up with aluminium.
Cargo hold.
Yeah, and the titanium seems to be steadily growing.
Yeah. Because you're not showing up every 10 minutes and looking a whole bunch of it.
Yep.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released.
I do have to say, it was a very good effort on your part getting all the titanium done. That was a lot of hauling just for that.
I mean, it's comparable effort on your part to hold the steel. Like it was like at 63,000 when it started, and you are down to 46.
Charging.
That is true. It was I've hauled enough steel to like the amount of steel I hauled was probably enough total materials to build a whole outpost.
Navigation for next system.
Probably even a tier 2, but yeah. Wait, no, steel was almost at
Scanning for
65,000 actually.
detected. Is
So you hold over 20,000 tons of steel at this point.
That's why my muscles are so big now.
Yes. Unfortunately, only the muscles of your commander in game, but yes.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, see how quickly he loads all the steel into the ship. It's almost instantaneous. Like hundreds of tons.
Yep.
He's just thrown it in there.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I saw some commanders asking, and I think you were the same,
Key
weren't you?
systems are at
You were saying that you should be able to
ready
not
for
put someone else in as like a system architect on a system as well.
Yeah, I seem to remember asking for that, or at least thinking about it.
Yeah. Other people were saying that like you should be able to take over a system architect for people when they've abandoned their systems or something. Like 'cause
Yes.
they haven't played for a long time.
Yes.
Drive charging.
I think there would have to be a choice on the part of the commander. I like your idea better than theirs. Their idea was like if the commander hasn't been in game for a long time, hasn't developed a system for a long time, someone else and just take it off them. I think your one was they have to give authority to someone else, but still keep
Yes.
system architect for themselves as well. 'Cause
Yeah.
sometimes people will take a break. You know?
I would kind of prefer that because, you know, like, how long do you set the timer before the system architect is up for grabs? Like, okay, what if I want to take I don't know, a year pause from the game, but I had plans for the system and now I come back and I find that it's no longer mine? Like, how does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that at all. I like your one where like you can say, I want to be able to set a sub-architect, you know, but then they can build stuff.
Someone that does at least know, at least marginally, like not a random person.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Engage.
That'd be good. And then also, I mean, by just doing that, then they have ability to build stuff. You can take like a 6-month break from the game if that's what you wanted to do. Come back, and you're still the system architect on that system.
fuel low.
Yep. And someone that you at least somewhat know and or trust could freely build that system out, so
Yeah.
you know that they wouldn't screw you over.
I wonder if I'd have to split the system architect payment.
That shouldn't be that much of a problem.
Nah.
Like, I mean, do it the dumb all stupidest way possible. System payout divided by amount of people that are allowed to be architect done.
Yeah.
Maybe not the most fair one, albeit I agree, but you know.
Simplest to implement, and most people that are doing this aren't really doing it for the money, so
Exactly.
they're not
Most of the
gonna,
people doing this already have heaps of money.
yeah. I mean, I'm still relatively a poor commander by many people's standards, and I'm like sitting here going like, well, I have the money for ships for the foreseeable future, and you know.
Yep, exactly.
Probably still have a fair number of weeks of money in the fleet carrier fund as well. I think that was, I had 300 million or something in there a while back. Let's check actually. While we dock, can we check? I apologise to people in advance. The volume on this is a bit. There we go. Yeah, I still got 120 million in there, so
Easy.
something
Few more
like
weeks.
yeah, something like 10 more weeks or something. Well, not 10, maybe 8 more weeks of.
Alright, you don't have all the services. Yeah, with my services it would be less than 4.
Yeah, I don't have all the services, and I even have a couple of them disabled for the moment. Like,
Yeah.
so the colonization.
I have them all, and all are active.
Yeah.
Or did I think I have all? Maybe I'm missing one.
Alright, more steel. 46. Oh, that's where we are. We want to go here. Oh, yep.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Yeah, maybe I'll try and work on setting up a refinery station or something up here. So there's a closer supply of steel and titanium and other bits and pieces.
Frameshift drive charging.
Sadly enough, I cannot do anything in the daisy chain of systems I got here because quite literally almost all of them were just single star or double star.
Yeah, there's one with a couple of planets. You could probably do something in that,
Engaging
but
Yeah, couple of planets, but most of them, I don't think there was one, or maybe one, at most one that supported the layout of, you know, orbital station, planetary port, and one more to influence the economy.
Warning.
Like I do think that I definitely do not have the layout of 3 orbital places above a planet, as Mekan suggested.
Frameshift drive charging.
if I look at the system, I'll have a look in a second. The systems I've got here.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
And the two systems up this way, I've been acclaimed or in the process of claiming anyway. I will
Confirming
get to the ping first. I'm gonna need to use the bathroom in a minute.
Yep.
But I'll get to the ship first, because otherwise I'll get interdicted or something. Am I carrying the which way am I going? What loop am I on? Oh, well, it's actually probably fine. Alright, I'll go use the bathroom. I'm just going to run a quick ad break. Probably not a 3-minute one, because I don't know that I'll be streaming for a whole nother hour at this point. We'll do a 1-minute ad break, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. We're back.
Frameshift drive charging.
It's kind of safe to do this on the, or to leave the computer on when you're on the way back. But if you're on the way to somewhere with a big load of cargo, you may get hit by a pirate.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
So you were saying that his recommendation was like a planet with ground bases and 3 orbital points.
Yes.
That must have been in his latest video that I haven't watched yet, because I don't recall that bit from his other video, but it does make sense.
Warning. Temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
So you want ground settlement of some type, a refinery hub, I guess.
4,
You need a
2,
spaceport,
Frameshift now engaged.
a spaceport in the 0 slot.
All systems check out. No unusual activity. It's
Yes.
And what are the other 2 orbital slots I'm being recommended for?
I don't remember, but you know.
Oh, well, I'll go watch his latest video after stream and figure it out, but...
Sure. Honestly, I only watched the video because it wasn't a 32-minute one long one. Like, I can consume, what was it, like 15-16 minutes of a video, not 32 minutes.
Yeah, I can consume 32 minutes if it's an interesting
I mean,
video,
I can
but
as well, I was just, you know, just like not overly interested in that information.
Not when you expect it to change by the time it becomes actually relevant. Yeah, I get that. It may be interesting at the moment, but yeah, by the time you're building out a system properly, you're hoping it's completely different. Or at least fairly different.
Yeah.
Orbital.
I mean, I do expect this information to stand for a few more weeks, but I would imagine that by summer this will be changed. Hopefully sooner, but by summer definitely.
Well, yes, by summer definitely. But I imagine you're meaning Northern Hemisphere summer.
Okay, by winter, by your standards, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, by July. That makes better sense. Wherever you want.
Yeah. And it's interesting living in the Southern Hemisphere because you see so many posts from people in the Northern Hemisphere, like, and they're like, you know, it'll be like December, they're like, it's so cold. And you're like,
Yeah.
Docking request granted.
or vice versa. You're freezing and everyone's like, heat wave has hit Texas. Texas is interesting actually because it keeps being in the news for extreme events like heat waves in summer and, you know, massive snowstorms in winter and stuff, and I'm like trying to figure out why it gets hit with such extreme temperatures. It's a little bit...
Landing gear deployed.
Well, I would guess it's somewhat related to it being in the middle of the entire big landmass of the Northern America. You know, no access to any kind of ocean makes it very easy to get extreme temperatures either way.
Does Texas not...
Texas is basically, at least from where I'm imagining, is basically smack bang in the middle of the Northern American continent.
No, I think it's down south. Yeah, it is. It's just above Mexico. It borders onto a chunk of it borders onto the should we call it? Do we call it the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America these days? I don't know. The Gulf.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's literally. It's not far from New Orleans, actually, like but in Louisiana and stuff. So, I mean, as far as maps go, I'm sure it's still a fair drive.
Well, yeah, but looking at the map, the northern parts are basically smack bang in the middle of the entire continent. Like, okay, fine,
That's
the
true.
southern part, yes, but, you know.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. There's some state parks and mountain ranges and stuff in there. In the northern parts, and then in the north and northern and western parts, yeah. Big Bend National Park.
Yeah.
So I can see that. The northern parts are probably further from any big body of water than anywhere in New Zealand is. So.
Might be.
Anyway, sorry, I was getting distracted away from stream there for a moment. So there was Dero Redo. Ah, two redos. Howdy. I hope you're enjoying the stream. We were just discussing temperatures in Texas and why it's in the news so often for extreme temperatures, and looking at the geographical layout of where it sits in the world. I'm not sure if, based on your howdy or not, you're actually from Texas. If you are, feel free to enlighten us, lowly foreigners, on the nature of Texas climate. While I load up my ship on steel and make another run. Texas is very hot and flat. Hey, Robbie. I've only been there once, though.
Cargo hold.
Yeah, it's just...
Maximum capacity.
It just feels like, compared to some of the other states, like in the same area, like Louisiana and other stuff, that you hear about Texas more in the news for like big heat waves in summer and big snowstorms that are like knocking out powers to big chunks of areas in the winter. So there seems to be like very big extremes of temperature, and I don't kind of hear that as much for some of the other southern states, I guess. Right, like Florida is supposedly warm all year round, fairly warm, but it's not kind of on the same, like, the same latitude as oh, they don't usually really get snow, so the power grid and stuff isn't really set up with snow ice. Okay, so the winter snow stuff has been a more recent development. It's not historically the case, I take it. It's interesting, that's all. I like understanding why things work and how they happen. Recently there have been snow, which is strange. Okay, so it is a recent thing. Has it been happening in other states like Louisiana and stuff as well, or? With Oklahoma, I'm guessing probably is inland. Anyway, it happened on the coast. Okay. You're definitely getting snow on the coast in the southern part of the US is unusual. It's not what I would intuitively expect to happen anyway. Inland mountain ranges, sure. Coastal areas of northern US, probably, yeah, okay, like Maine and stuff, absolutely. But Texas, I don't know, it feels weird. So I guess the reason it's hitting the news is not because the snowstorms are worse than in other places in the US that get snowstorms, it's just that the Texas power grid isn't set up to handle it. That does make a fair bit of sense. Are there like if it's getting snowy down in Texas in winter, how bad is it in places like Maine though? Even the southern part of the East Coast, it's not common we get snow. Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
What is the southern part of the East Coast of the US? I know that down the very bottom you got Florida there.
4, 3, 2.
But I'm actually not entirely sure what's above that. Let's have a look. Oh, like you got like, oh right, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and then you're up into the areas I'm a little bit more familiar with, which is, you know, at least knowledge-wise, which is, you know, Washington and New Jersey and New York and stuff.
Frameshift drive charging.
Very, very interesting. I'm learning stuff on my streams. I like that.
No anomalies detected.
The only question is, will I retain the information and remember in like 2 weeks' time?
Engaging exit protocols.
Warning, frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Warning, temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging.
Alright, this may be my last delivery, I think, because I'm now starting to, and quite suddenly starting to feel very, very hungry.
Understandable.
Yeah, just wasn't a gradual one either. I just kind of went, I'm okay, and then my stomach went, no, you're not.
Warning, temperature critical.
Well, we were thinking maybe even pizza, since, you know,
Frameshift drive
there's been a lot of pizza discussion on the channel today. Yes, I am quite fond of pizza. It's definitely up there on my list of desired foods.
All systems check out. No unusual activity. It's warning.
Number one food. It varies a little bit, I guess, depending on what I'm after at the time. Like, let me think. There was this restaurant I went to a number of years ago in the central North Island that did this like really nice garlic, like I can't remember what it was. It was some sort of garlic bread. It was like garlic ciabatta bread or something like that. That's definitely something I want to try again. So I'm going to put that at the top at the moment. It was just it was very soft. It was very flavorful. It was just very good. But you know, sometimes you're in the mood for something savory. Sometimes you're in the mood for something sweet. You know, like some sort of delicious chocolate fudge or something. My partner is actually pretty good at baking stuff, which is nice. She did the actual proper baking course a number of years ago. She's much better at it than me. All of a sudden you're craving carrot cake? Cake is good. Do enjoy it, nice cake, as long as it's not too dry. It's got to have a bit of moisture in it.
Docking request granted.
Alright. So I'm gonna head in this and then I'm gonna end stream and find myself some lunch, I guess. Because I am very hungry now.
I'm gonna finish here too and just go hit the bed since it's okay past 1 AM.
Yep, alright. And then you can then you hit your Sunday. I'm sure you can finish this entire ship by this entire build by the end of Sunday, right?
Definitely.
Yep, good. I look forward to that.
I'll send you a screenshot by lunchtime when it's done.
Docking successful.
Excellent. Perfect.
Engines disengaged.
Oh, now lunchtime. Your evening.
Yeah.
Oh, almost midnight, but you know.
Yep. You have a good day as well, Robbie. Thanks for swinging back round past stream again today. I hope you've enjoyed watching the stream. I hope everyone's enjoyed watching the stream. I will just transfer this. I've definitely enjoyed playing today and all the random conversations and stuff, you know, everything from Texas weather systems to what's favorite types of pizza to like 15-year-old movies has been up for discussion. It's been good. Right, while I find someone to raid, I'll do the whole social thing again. So here are my socials if anyone wants to follow me on any other social media. I do post.
Oh hey, you
from time to time.
delivered the last required amount to bring it up to 10% progress today.
Oh, nice.
Yep, definitely. So we are at 48%. Almost done.
Yeah. Only 52% to go. I mean, it should be done in no time.
Yep.
Yep.
Alright. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
I will.
And
All right.
talk to you later.
Yep. You have a good night's sleep, and I hope everyone else enjoys the
Cheers.
rest of their day, or has a good sleep, or whatever is next on the agenda for everyone watching.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, and let's find someone to raid out to. Who have we got? Let's raid into Tippy. Tippy's doing a chat she's calling Roll for Meal, letting dice choose my ingredients, which sounds like it could be hilarious. So we'll get that raid ready to go in a minute. And Tippy is a very funny VTuber, so. Alright, we're gonna raid. Catch everyone, well, next time I'm on. Probably Tuesday my time. Raid going out.
I've never had them. I had a vanilla Coke one time and that was good, but it was like kind of like weird tasting. Win! Thank you for the raid! Win, how was your stream? What were you playing? Oh my god. Keep wiping. How was your stream? Welcome in, Win. Hope you were playing something fun. I know Fanta does. Fanta makes a fucking Coke vanilla. Hi, Tibby, stream was good. Building things in Elite Dangerous? Ah, what's Elite Dangerous? Sounds fun. Space Simulator game? Yeah, in the old Soda